remove your headgear. And still bringing the headgear to you are indicating still before I hand you this, I'm going to add the headgear for a second. I apologize about that.
All right, welcome back to On the Spot Motorsports Media. We got all the issues, I think, fixed on the track. And actually, we're going to go to an 8-mile format today for all the classes due to those issues. So everyone has an equal opportunity to win without even having any issues. So we're going to join Derek Putnam in the booth.
Harrowing. It was earth-shattering, but him and his wife, Rebecca, battled it for a little over 4 years' time before the Lord decided that his time here was up and he would be better served in heaven. And we hope that he is watching the racing that is happening all around the world and telling you to make sure you please go and get checked and pet a cat and feel a little bit better about yourself for being able to enjoy this great sport that we do. So with that being said, if you could please give me just a moment of silence for Jason before Phil does our invocation.
Heavenly Father, Lord, we thank you for this day, Lord. It's been a trying day, Lord, and then we just hear this news, Lord, about Jason Reese, Lord. I did read about it the other day, but Lord, I just pray for peace and comfort for his family as they start this new chapter in their life, moving forward without him, Lord. They're going to have tough days ahead of them, and Lord, I just lift them up to you for that peace and comfort that only you can give. Lord, I thank you for this day, even though, like I said, it's been trying. But Lord, you've gotten us through this far. I pray you'll continue to bless us here at this facility, Lord. Bless the workers that are working hard to make things right for us to get this event in. Thank you, Lord, for clearing the skies for a beautiful day. And Lord, we just ask for your safety upon each and every one of us. Thank you, Lord, for the new season, new goals, new dreams, new aspirations, Lord. And Lord, I just ask that, I pray, Lord, that you are at the top of that list. Thank you, Lord, for all your many blessings, Lord. In Jesus' name. Amen.
Thank you, Phil. If you would please remain standing and direct your attention towards the flag alongside the tower as we play our national anthem. Racers, good luck. Hope all of you have safe and clean passes, and we will be ready to go here for round number 1 of the Scorpion Racing Pro Pro AT class here in just a few minutes. Remember, if you do not get a win light in round number 1, can visit the first floor of the tower and buy your way back into round number 2. Please keep in mind also, if you would like to participate in the points program for the 2026 season, please make sure you go and see Miss Sherry sometime today and buy your way into the class or classes of your choice. As long as it is done today, we would appreciate it.
All right, we'll be right back after a few messages as we get into our first round of Pro. And we want to thank you for joining us today.
Reliability to drive thousands of miles. Confidence for those who fly high. Redline oil products give you the power to crush the competition. And a track record of being the best. Redline oil products. You push it to the limit, we'll protect it.
Ready to take your engine to the next level? Scorpion Racing Products delivers precision-engineered, high-performance rocker arms that dominate the track. 100% CNC machined in the USA with aerospace-grade aluminum for unmatched strength and durability. Our rocker arms handle extreme conditions with multiple ratios available to fit your needs. Backed by our exclusive lifetime warranty. When performance matters, choose Scorpion Racing Products. Proven, reliable, unstoppable.
With more than 30 years of engine and drivetrain experience, Big Stuff is your one-stop total power management solution. Whether you're controlling a 600 horsepower street car and want the best drivability, or have a 6,000 horsepower race car, need the most bulletproof, reliable control hardware, Big Stuff can do it all. All of our components are designed and manufactured right here in the USA, including our computers, wiring harnesses, touchscreen displays, and more. Nothing is built offshore, and we take pride in being one of the only automotive aftermarket manufacturers that can say this. Learn more at bigstuff3efi.com or connect with us on Facebook and Instagram for more information.
All right, we're getting ready to go into the first round of Pro. As they go down the track and spray some glue on it, Derek Putnam will be doing all the announcing duties today. We want to thank him. And we want to thank this track staff for working hard and working through all these issues that we had so far throughout the day to be able to give us a track to race on. And speaking of Derek, he will be joining On the Spot Motorsports Media's podcast next Thursday, and we're going to dive into Sick Week. That is coming up really fast. And Derek does all the announcing for that. And he also writes a lot of articles in Sick the Mag. So we're going to have a real good time talking about the route. Best places for people to be able to sit aside the road and route these drivers on to the next track. So day 0 and day 1 will be here at Gainesville Raceway. So if you're in the area and you want to see some really fast, streetable cars, come on out and have a great time. And while I have you on here, please don't forget to follow us on Facebook and also our YouTube channel. So if you're actually sitting at your house and you're watching the race on your phone, hey, go over to YouTube on your TV, click subscribe, and follow us there. And trust me, you're going to get a better looking picture on your TV than you will on your phone. right, the cars are fired up. We're ready to get this thing underway.
Got two cars lined up. We don't have the drivers on file right yet. The left lane goes red, giving an automatic win to the right lane. Runs a 653 on a 651 dial in. Going to pick up the win right here in the right lane, dial in a 756, running a 7.703 to Mark Conley, was a little behind on the tree. Next up, Daniel Salyers over here in Lucas Oil Lane, dialed in a 742, and Jimmy Hodges dialed in a 613 in your right. Salyer's going to pick up the win with a 744 on that 742 dial, as Jimmy Hodges goes through at a 619. Timothy Hudson over here in Lucas Oil Lane, dialed in a 634. Right lane, we don't have the driver on file, but he's dialed in at a 647. We are green lights. All right, car number 2, Hunter's going to pick up the win. Runs a 651 on a 647 dial, as Hudson goes 636 on a 634.
Risky in the left lane down 635. Wendy Colson in the right with a 657.
above the dial for the right lane. Left lane, Reed Farrar, out 703, and Michael Carpenter in the right, out 641. Large advantage left lane. Win line left lane. Reed back for the win. Not on file on the left, it looks like Mike Mockney and Vinny Udano in the right lane, out 644. Right, Vinny turns it a little bit red, and Mike Mockney, 32 and 5 now. Good luck. D. Lichty with D's Nuts Racing in the left lane, 653. Jeremy Davis on the speeder, out 563 in the right. One guy separated on the trailer. Win light left lane. D is dead on 9, ticket 900 to straight. Should be a good race here. We got Mark Horton in the left, out 620. Running James Thompson and Rusty, out 689. Big advantage right lane. So James can turn it into a win. James 3 above, taking 20 at the finish line. Good lap. Alright, we got the red S10 in the left lane. This is the actual Michael Carpenter. Out 645, and Ralph Bratton, 623 in the El Camino in the right. Michael turns it red, Ralph Bratton 55. And 400's under gets the win. Truck was good for Michael, 6 thou under. Alright, problems in the right for Travis. Win light, automatic win light in the left lane. problems in the left lane for Bart. Going to give the opponent broke by win over to the right lane. Looks like the track surface is good. We're losing shoes out there. Paul Allen in the left, about 665. Good looking Dodge in the right, 635. Don't have the name on top. Paul gets to hit the buyback window and try that one again. Not on fire here, 646 on the left. Dan Warren's truck on the right, but don't know who's behind the wheel. Might be Dan. Wind light to the left, good lap. 12 on the tree, dead 7. All right, James Evans in the Mustang, left lane down 691. We got Dallas Berger with the ventilated Nova in the right lane, down 744. Separated up front. Wind line goes to the better reaction time in the left. 3 above for the win. .698 dial in for James Turner in the left lane and right lane. 735 in the convertible Mustang. Left lane, 47 on the tree, dead 5. Taking 6 down. Danny Paul in the left lane, down 595. Dawson Bass in the SN95 Mustang in the right lane, 710 down. Nice lap in the left lane, 12 on the tree, dead 8. Takes 400 at the finish line. Dawson has an opportunity to buy back and try again.
All right, both cars in the lanes. We don't have the driver on file. Left lane to Lucas Oil, dialed in a 695. Right lane, Strange Engineering, 699. Green lights one way better than the other. And that is the way it's going to work out on the top end. Left lane was 006 on the tree, runs a 697 on the 695. While the right lane tried to catch up with him and broke out the 695 on that 699 time. All right, right lane, we got Stephen Brissois dialed in at 565. And Austin Logan over here in your Lucas Oil lane dialed in a 584. All right, this is going to be a single. A little quick there, but it doesn't matter. He runs a 578 on that 584 dial as right lane brakes. All right, next pair coming up is going to be Kevin Roberts over here in the Lucas Oil lane, dialed in at 771, with Mike Young over in the Strange Engineering lane, dialed in at a 642. All right, burnouts are complete. We're going to pair green lights, and boy, this is going to be a good one. This is going to come all the way down to the end. And it's going to be Kevin Roberts getting the win light. He's 009 on the tree to 113. Runs a 775 on the 771 dial in as Mike Young runs a 652 on that 642. All right, Lucas Oil Lane, we got Ken Grant dialed into 626. Over Strange Engineering Lane, we have Darren Stutz dialed in at a 603. Grant's out of Tai, Georgia. And Stutz out of Green Coast Springs, Florida. Gonna have a double breakout here with the wind going to Ken Grant. That's a 625 with a 2, that's 626 dial in. Struts goes 6014 on a 603. Hacker Jr. over here, Lucas Oil Lane dialed in to 672. Over at the Strange Engineering, we do not have the driver on file. Number 2809 dialed in at 750. Got a pair of green lights, one's a little better than the other, that is for sure. And the left lane is going to benefit to some problems having a little more reaction time. So they say sometimes racing has luck. Get those wind lights to come on, and it pays off in this situation here. Lucas Oil Lane is dialed in at 697. That's the count. It is dialed in at a 694. And the Strange Engineering Lane. There are green lights. And the blue light's going to turn on down there. A 690. Dial in, runs a 696 as car number 229 breaks out. Next up is Jeff Gatlin over here to Lucas Oil Lane, dialed in at 611, and Joe Hodo dialed in at a 705. This was one right at the hit. Jeff Gatlin's going to go down there running 609 with a 2, which doesn't matter when your opponent goes red on that 611 dial. Next up, Brandon Williams over here, Lucas Oil Lane dialed in to 652, with Tom Courtney over here to Strange Engineering Lane dialed in with a 705. And Courtney's going to turn red here, giving Williams a little bit of a win. Williams gets down there with a 655 on that 652 dial in. Phil Green coming up here on the Lucas Oil Lane, dialed in 605. Car number 135 in the Strange Engineering Lane, dialed in at 608. One's really good, one's a little behind, and it works out that way. Car number 135 picks up the win. Wanting to break out. He was 009 as Phil Green was 040 on the tree. Lucas Oil Lane, J267 dialed in at a 605. Clint Wilson over here at the Strange Engineering Lane dialed in 7 flat. Evans over here in the Lucas Oil lane, dialed in 6 flat. And Biz over here in the Strange Engineering lane, dialed in with a 620. It's going to run a grid, get the automatic win to Biz as he runs a 635 on that 620 dial. Coming up here on Lucas Oil Lane, car number X217, dialed in at a 765. Lee Hauser over here in the Strange Engineering lane, dialed in with a 727. Both drivers are green. And Lee Hauser's going to pick up a win. Runs a 730 on that 730.
Super Pro bike. I need you to lane number 7, please be paired up. Super Pro bike. Super Pro bike.
Over Lucas Oil Lane, car number G226, dialed in with a 698. Marty Renfrew over here, Strange Engineering lane, dialed in at 670. Renfrew's got a little bit of advantage here. It swings the other way as both cars on the double breakout. David Gaspar over here in a Lucas Oil Lane, dialed in at 645. Car number 540 in a Strange Engineering lane, dialed in at 697. We will get these drivers' info uploaded as we go, so just bear with us. A lot of cars here today. We have red lights, but David Gaspar was the best of the two, so he's going to pick up the win. Runs a 652 and 645 now. Coming up here, Lucas Oil Lane is David Gaspar Jr. dialed in with a 673. And Gary Thompson over here in the Strange Engineering lane, dialed in with a 692. Both drivers are off the green. And it's going to be Gary Thompson picking up the win. Runs a 694 on that 692 dial. And not to mention, he was 014 on a tree to 067. Curtis Peak coming up on Lucas Oil Lane, dialed in at 645. Over here, Strange Engineering Lane, car number 210R dialed in at a 635. And that's who's going to pick up the win, as Curtis Peak was 015 on the tree and runs a 648 on that 645 dial. Andy Lindsay over here at Lucas Oil Lane, he's going to be dialed in with a 662 as he runs Mike Bridge over here to Strange Engineering Lane, dialed in at 613. All right, we're going to be on hold in just a second here. All right, Mike Bridge has given the automatic win over here to Lindsay. Lindsay's going to roll on in and take the beams. Scott DeLeon coming up next in Lucas Oil Lane. He's going to be dialed in at a 721 with John Tyler over here in Strange Engineering Lane dialed in at 745. We're going to get French moved on out of the way as they come on in and hit the water box.
All right, attention in the pits, Super Pro body, Super Pro car, flying by the trailer, Super Pro car, need your lanes 1, 2, 3, and 4, Super Pro car, need your lanes 1, 2, 3, and 4.
Super Pro lanes.
Running for Super Pro car is car number 250, D as in David.
All right,
Once again, Super Pro car, flying by the trailer, Super Pro car, I'll take you to lanes 1 through 4, 1, 2, 3, and 4. Wait and see buyer on his car 250, D as in David.
all right, we're straight staged up. This is pretty close off the tree. And the wind's going to be picked up by John Tyler. He was 061 to 076. The tree runs a 749 on that 745 dial. All right, Frank Madero is the third over here in Lucas Oil Lane dialed in to 682. He's going to go red and give Marcus Cruz the automatic win. Marcus goes 069 green and breaks out. But hey, it doesn't matter when your opponent goes red. He runs a 713 on that 723 dial. Over here at Lucas Oil Lane, we got car number P267 dialed in with a 602. And Jake Dickerson out here in a different vehicle than his pickup truck, dialed in at a 999. We're all staged up. Dickerson's going to turn on the red light, giving the automatic win over to the Lucas Oil side with a 16 light. Runs a 603 and 602 dial in. Over here, Strange Engineering Lane, we got Leah Tadero with a 765 dial. Lucas Oil Lane is dialed in with a 565. Leah's going to pick up the win. Goes 043 on the reaction timer. Breaks out. But it's either Super Pro motorcycle, lane number 7, Super Pro bike. Over Legion lane number 7, please. 539 dialed in at a.
We have you on a ladder for round number 1. Also need Super Pro car, Legion lanes 1, 2, 3, and 4, Super Pro car. Flying by trailer sales, Super Pro car, Legion lanes 1 through 4. Byron is 250, D as in David.
Breaks out Next up, the drivers not in the computer yet. We got J273 down in at 609. And H278X down in at 616. Red light's going to be swinging over to Lucas Oil. Runs a 613, only 609 down. Lucas Oil, car number L227X down in at 640. We have James Thompson over here in the strange engineering lane down in at 689. You can find James from time to time on Track Talk Weekly, a podcast. Over here at Lucas Oil, we have car number L202. He's going to be dialed in at 654. And Rob Reynolds over here at Strange Engineering Lane, dialed in at 617. Down in a 572. Cars that we don't have drivers on file yet. Car number 08X dialed in at 646. Car number 287 dialed in at 646. Let's just say in Strange Engineering Lane, he's going to be really happy when he looks at this ticket because he was given a give me because he was way behind on the tree. But runs a 648 with 646 All right, Lucas Oil, we got car DX25X in the Lucas Oil Lane dialed in at a 595. Strange Engineering Lane, we have John Rollins dialed in at a 722. Sorry, that's going to be Jason Rollins. This is Chris Ryan. 8595 dial. That last pair that went down, man, it was really close going off the line. 028 to 025.
All right, next up on the agenda is our pro bikes. Be making their way to the water box. Mike Leskowski over here in the Lucas Oil Lane dialed in at 530. And Santi Rodriguez in the Strange Engineering Lane, he's going to be dialed in at 551. Sandy Rodriguez is going to give the win to Mike over there in the Lucas Oil Lane as he was 025 red to a 005. Paul Purcell over here in Lucas Oil Lane is going to be dialed in at a 510. Dwayne Smith Jr. over here in the Strange Engineering Lane dialed in at a 586. That's really good. Runs a little behind. And the win's going to go to Dwayne Smith Jr. over here. Runs a 587 on that 586 dial. He was 022 on the tree. Dwayne Leachman over here in Lucas Oil Lane. He's going to be dialed in at a 553. Strange Engineering Lane. We got Vince Hudeshell dialed in at a 753. And Dwayne Leachman is going to pick up the win right here as Vince lights up red with a 016 light. Leachman goes 656 on his 653 dial. Pablo Gonzalez in the Lucas Oil Lane is dialed in at 551. And Moats over here in Strange Engineering Lane dialed in 7 flat. Pablo Gonzalez was our NHRA Division II bracket final winner over in the motorcycles and was able to go out to California and represent Division II this past year. Pablo Gonzalez going to pick up the win here. He's 0-44 on the tree, and his moose goes 0-50 red. Gonzalez runs a 5.52 on a 5.51 dial. John Upplegrove in the Lucas Oil Lane dialed in to 5.44. And Larry Berger over here, Strange Engineering Lane, dialed in at a 6.65. Oh, man. Talk about an upset. John Upplegrove's going to pick up the win. He goes 0.62 on the tree, runs a 5.54 on the 5.44 dial, as Larry Berger goes 0.20 on the tree and breaks out. Breaks out with a 6.64 on a 6.65 dial. Roy Johnson over here in Lucas Oil Lane, he's going to be dialed in at 7.10. And Kevin Cabby over here in the Strange Engineering Lane dialed in at 5.20. All right, we're going to be down here in just a second. We're going to run out there and get a piece of paper or something in the left lane out of the way, and then we'll get these air rolled into the beams. All right, we're getting prepared to roll into the beams. All right, it's going to be Roy Johnson picking up the win here. He was 0.36 on the tree, runs a 7.29 on his 7.10 dial. Looks like Kevin was having a little issues over there in the Strange Engineering Lane. Roy Hagedorn coming up in the Lucas Oil Lane, dialed into 5.55. He's going to go against Jeremy Davis, dialed in at 5.63. He's also known as Fireball. Jeremy's going to line up red with a 006 line. Hagedorn goes 0.20, runs a 5.68 on a 5.55 dial. All right, got Hopper over here in Lucas Oil Lane. He's going to be dialed in at 560. Mark dialed in at a 551. was the light that he wanted to see in his opponent's lane as they went 026 red. He's going to run down there 566 on a 560 dial. Jeff Tisdale over here at Lucas Oil Lane going to be dialed in at 559. Strange Engineering Lane dialed in at 550. Tisdale's going to light it up red, double 03 red, matter of fact, and he's going to give red over here to Strange Engineering Lane as they run a 653 and a 659 and a good light for the 037. Anthony Vieira over here, Lucas Oil Lane dialed in at 5 flat with Scott DeLone dialed in 5 flat as well. This is going to be like a heads-up race. Hold on. Okay, Scott DeLone's going to pick up the win. His competitor Brooke. He breaks out with a 490 on his 5 flat dial as his reaction time was 029. Well, that's usually why you get the bye run. He was trip zip on reaction. Breaks out with a 570 on his 571 dial. All right, Selby Parrish is going to be coming up here to Lucas Oil Lane, dialed into 544. Bike number 205X over here, Strange Engineering Lane, dialed 540. Start. Harris is going to pick up the win. He was 0.15 on the tree to a 0.48. Runs a 560 with a 5 on that 544 dial. All right, now we're moving into our Super Pro class.
pole over here in Strange Engineering Lane is going to be dialed in at 729. He's going to pick up the win here. He's 011 on the tree. Runs a 611 on the 610 dial. Scott Bonner over here on Lucas Oil Lane dial 447. Alan Bond over here in Strange Engineering Lane, he's going to be dialed in at 630. Poacher's going to get the element win. He's 143 on tree. Runs a 656 on the 647 dial. Brandon Williams is coming up over here. Lucas Oil Lane, he's down at 655. Paul Farah is down at 645. Well, this is going to be coming down to the nitty gritty down here on the top end. And Farah going to pick up the win. He was trip sim on the tree to a 003 by running a 646 on a 645 dial. 10,000 cents right. Austin Logan over here, Lucas Oil Lane, dialed a 582, going against Christopher Duffett, dialed in a 654. A pair of great green lights. And Logan's going to pick up the win here. He was 018 on the tree to his opponent's 011 and runs a double breakout, runs a 581 on his 582 dial. Looks like Trent Horton's going to pick up the win here. I think someone might have rolled through the beams. All right, we're going to be on hold here for just a minute.
Strange Engineering Lane down at 455. So Keith Collins and Kelly Hicks. James Kelly Hicks, right hand side, 455 in the dragster, 456 or 556 for the S10 pickup truck of Keith Collins. Hicks in the dragster, win light. Comes on for Keith Collins, 31, take 4 to be 1 above the dial at Hicks, 10, but 3 off the dial at. Win light shines for Keith Collins. Next pair, Nate Hamilton and Mike Young on the starting line. Hamilton left-hand side, the Camaro dial 556, 648 for Mike Young. And the Cuda right side, he'll go first. And he's going to turn it red, and Hamilton pick up the win on this one, 20 green. And go down the aisle with a 323 package total for Nate Hamilton. Right-hand side, way red, and 1 above the dial, and will not get him a win light. Once again, racers, if you do not get a win light round number 1, you can visit the first floor of the tower to pick up a buyback entry, get into round number 2. Next pair right here, Glenn Newmans and Wendy Colson. Newmans, longs on Gainesville runner left-hand side, now driving the Monza left side, 555, triple nickel the dial in, 657 the dial in for Wendy Colson. He's out of Valdosta, Georgia, and works for a printer by trade. They'll go first by about 1 second. This one, in complete control of Glenn Newmans. Win light, Glenn, 9, take 33 to be 4 above the dial, and Wendy Colson dead on the 657 with a 1, but an 090 reaction time left him 33 little numbers short of the finish line. Win light, Glenn Newmans. Next pair here, Gary Vasquez, left-hand side, 470 to dial in on the dragster, 6 flat on the street roaster. Gene Spazansky, 6 thou, separated the 2, advantage Gary, win light, give it to Vasquez, 16, take a bunch to be above by 3, Gene, 22, but can only go 609 on the 6 flat dial in, win light, Gary Vasquez. Next pair, our second Monza, Dan Dobson. He's out of Gainesville, Florida. 641 the dial on the small block Monza left-hand side. He gets a big head start by 1 full Christmas tree. 1.5 seconds of handicap from Dave Hicks. Also out of the Hicks family racing operation. St. Augustine, Florida-based dragster with a big block Chevy on board. 491 is the dial in. Starts at 19, Sal red. Hicks 30 green. And we'll coast on through to get the W. Dobson, going to be a little bit mad at himself, so he puts it dead on the 641 with a 5, but 19 thousandths too soon on the let go. Either needs to add 19 thousandths more to his delay box. Next pair, driver not on file, left-hand side, dials in 522. We'll get the big head start from Don Portier. Portier's out of Cocoa, Florida, right-hand side, dials in 435 in the dragster. So left side getting almost 9/10 head start. The 8700s if you want to know the exact figure. Better reaction time to Portier. Wind line to Portier. 11, take 10 to be 3 above the dial and left-hand side, 3 above the dial and better know 18 tree. Lifting 10,000 short at the stripe. Wind line, Don Portier. David Harris and Kevin Powers come up next. A little closer on the dial-ins between these two dragsters. 497 left side for Powers. 483 on the dial on the right side for Harris's ride. Just 1,400 separate the two, and that advantage will go to Kevin Powers. He gets a chance to go first left side. Separated advantage. Harris, win light. Comes on for Kevin Powers. 18, take 9 to be 1 above the dial. And Harris had him on the tree with a 003 reaction time. It can only go 486 in the 483. And can't get there by 97 ten-thousandths of a second, almost 100th. And Kevin Powers gets away from the whole shot and gets the dub. Next pair, Luke Galley and Ron Logan. Logan right-hand side, dials in the dragster at 469. He'll get the head start to Luke Galley. Lou is a long-time Gainesville racer driving the C3 Corvette, the plastic fantastic, dialing in at 556. Luke Galley with the advantage. And he'll get out of the double breakout jam by a squeaker. 32, take half a car length to be under the 586 prediction by 4 thousandths. Right side, 102, and follows him through to be under by 4 thousandths more. Ron Logan just needed to step off the lap pedal, and he would have gotten away with one, but didn't do it. And Luke Galley will take the lucky break and go to the next round. The Frank Hawley mechanic, Jimmy Montgomery, coming up next on the left-hand side. Melrose, Florida-based dragster for the father and son operation. 493 the dial, and he gives the big head start to Justin Daniel. Dustin's out of Lake Butler, Florida, driving the S10 pick-em-up truck. 668 is the dial, and big head start goes on this one. 1.75 seconds a handicap. Jimmy Montgomery's got a little work to do here. And he'll get the job done as an 18, but get behind by 80 as Daniel breaks out after 002 on the tree, but goes under the 668 prediction by 37 thousandths. Need to take 33 or less. Jimmy Montgomery gets the win. 495 on the 493. I'll bring up Nick Brown and Mike Gaffney next. Gaffney, driving the car that was originally designed on an airplane barf bag. 696 the dial in on the AMC. Nick Brown dialed in the 594 on the first generation Camaro right side. Nick Brown, much better reaction time on this one. Give it to Nick. 13, take 24 to be 4 above the dial, and Mike Gaffney 1 above the dial, but an 062 tree left him short at the finish line. All right, attention in the pits, attention in the pits. Phil Green. Phil Green, need you to the second floor of the tower, please. Phil Green, need you to the second floor of the tower, please. Phil Green, need you to the second floor of the tower, please. Red light for Mike Matrison, so Joe DeVito will get the win in his first entry, 48 and 19 thou under on the dragster. Both of them 006, but Bruce Ritz has got that nasty little negative in front of it. Flying Brian Jones will get the W, 06 and 9 thou under the 440 prediction. Jay Arnold left-hand side. Must have forgotten to put the crossover in. So Troy Volkner will get the win in the LS Power pickup truck. 686 on the 686 dial-in. Jock Lindsay comes in next left-hand side. Panama City Beast Florida base pickup truck. 715 at Island. He gets a head start from Tommy Campbell. Campbell wheeling the third Jink Camaro out of Fleming Island. 638 at Island on the right side. Josh on the super street setup, you see it pop up and down a couple times off the throttle stop. And he'll get the double breakout win 16, take 2 to be 2,000ths under. Campbell is under by 2,000ths more with a 20 tree. Good finish line drive right there. 4,000 separate him at the starting line. 2,000 separates him at the finish line. On the double breakout, Jock Linsonby gets the W. Vinny Badano Jr. and Jim Barbera come up next. Barbera left-hand side, the Super Street 66 Chevy, tuned-up out of Trenton, 645 the Dial-In. He'll get the slight head start from Vinny Badano Jr. Yeah, not quite as tall and not packing as much of an Italian accent. 643 the Dial-In on the Mustang out of Georgia. Attention in the bits, I need Pro Bike, lane 7, please, Pro Bike, I need you to lane 7, please, Pro Bike, I need you to lane 7, please. Vinny Badano got this one in the back by a couple hundredths on the reaction time when light. Comes on for Vinny, 004, take 13 to be 4 above the Dial-In. Barbera also 4 over his 645 prediction. Vinny Badano Jr. gets the whole shot win. Jerry McGill and Joe Pinkston come up next. Another longtime Gainesville racer. Joe Pinkston, right-hand side. The Chevy Malibu out of S&M Performance out of Williston. 697 the Dial-In. He gets the big head start from Jerry McGill. The dragster dials in 5:36. So over 1 full second of handicap goes to Joe Pinkston. And Mason will turn it 8,000ths red. McGill 26 green. And 7 above the Dial-In. Joe Pinkston going to be a little mad at himself for going dead on the 697 with a 008 heartbreaker on the red light. So Sherby Powell getting the opponent broke single here. Dead on the 666 with a 3 with a 26 tree. Puts 29 total on the window for Sherby Powell. That'll bring up Bubba Hawthorne and Bart Treadwell next. Hawthorne left-hand side. He's out of Mims, Florida. The dragster dialing in 435 on the supercharged entry. Gives a head start to Bart Treadwell. One of the cleanest Old Cutlasses you will see on the racetrack. Dials in 553. damage on the tree, Hawthorne, but the win line comes on for Bart Treadwell. Treadwell 54, down the dial in with a 7. Hawthorne 10, and can't get there by 19 thousandths. Win light comes on for Bart Treadwell. Jordan Gibson comes up next left-hand side. 442 the dial in on the Gibson family dragster. 608 the dial in for Tony Gambardella. Puts the tailgate down. 8 thou separates some advantage. Dragster, win light. Dragster, 24, 10, 1, 25 total. Locks out Gambardella, who's 32 with the tailgate down. Must have made it quicker because he broke down by 44 thousandths. So Tony gets one entry through. He'll buy back the second one. Here comes your next matchup. Michael Carpenter, former Division II champ in the Nanner. Dragster dials in 477. He'll give the big head start to Blake Scott. Scott driving the Tesla on the right-hand side. Look at the dial-in difference. 754 is the dial. It's going to be a big difference here, folks. It's a double red line, and here's a case of where True Start does not come into play, as Carpenter left second, but had the better of the two red lights being 003 red, and likes to have to go one above the dial-in. Scott is 39 red and goes 2 above the dial-in. And it looks like we're on hold here for just a minute. They're going to clean up just a little bit of stuff left by the Tesla. Must be battery dust. And we'll be right back underway.
Reliability to drive thousands of miles. Confidence for those who fly high. Redline oil products give you the power to crush the competition. And a track record of being the best. Redline oil products. You push it to the limit, we'll protect it.
Ready to take your engine to the next level? Scorpion Racing Products delivers precision-engineered, high-performance rocker arms that dominate the track. 100% CNC machined in the USA with aerospace-grade aluminum for unmatched strength and durability. Our rocker arms handle extreme conditions with multiple ratios available to fit your needs. Backed by our exclusive lifetime warranty. When performance matters, choose Scorpion Racing Products. Proven, reliable, unstoppable.
With more than 30 years of engine and drivetrain experience, Big Stuff is your one-stop total power management solution. Whether you're controlling a 600 horsepower street car and want the best drivability, or have a 6,000 horsepower race car, need the most bulletproof, reliable control hardware, Big Stuff can do it all. All of our components are designed and manufactured right here in the USA, including our computers, wiring harnesses, touchscreen displays, and more. Nothing is built offshore, and we take pride in being one of the only automotive aftermarket manufacturers that can say this. Learn more at bigstuff3efi.com or connect with us on Facebook and Instagram for more information.
Gaspar Paint Body, your premier heavy-duty body shop. Semis, trucks, boats, you name it. Nothing's too big for our body shop. Our 50-foot paint booth makes this possible. It's worth the drive, it's worth the trip. Gaspar Paint and Body.
If your trailer looks like a jalopy, you're missing the party. Time to level up with FB Trailers. Located in Orange Park, Florida, right on Blanding Boulevard, FB Trailers is your ultimate stop for all your trailer needs. Whether you're hauling race cars, ATVs, or even a whole stack of toys, we've got you covered. We carry top brands like CargoMate, Forest River, and ATC, ensuring you get nothing but the best. From sleek car haulers to robust cargo trailers, our variety is as diverse as the racers who trust us. Why do racers choose?
Grayson right next. Wright driving the dragster on the left-hand side. Dials 498. Brian Radley, former multi-time track champ. He took 7 years off here at Gainesville, came back, and guess what? Made it to the final round in a brand new car that he had never sat in before. Sounds like Brian Radley. 654 on the big tired Super Stalker. Separated advantage Radley. Win light, give it to Brian Radley. 17 in behind 20. Go 2 above the dial and right. 32, take 20 to be 9 thousandths underneath to take 11 or less. He's only blowing around Brian Radley by 32 miles an hour. I could have scrubbed that down. Brian Radley turns on the win light. Dave DeMaris and April Prince come up next. Prince driving the Stars and Stripes pickup truck. 627 the dial in. 470 the dial in. For Dave DeMaris, he's out of Fort McCoy, Florida, driving the colorful dragster left-hand side, formerly out of Division 1. Give April Prince 1 full Christmas tree of Head Start, 1.57 seconds of handicap. DeMaris is going to need a big bucket. April Prince makes it look good, going 627 with a donut on the 627. Somebody please fold the time slip in half and keep the sharp objects away from Dave DeMaris. Paul Allen and Darrell Carter next. Carter driving the Vega, the Chop Top Vega. 550-73, I'm all out of sorts. Let me reboot, plug, and Control Alt Delete. Paul Allen driving the two-tone Maverick left-hand side, former track champion, Pro Dials at 665. 64 thou separates them, and one of them is 64. Meanwhile, Paul Allen trips it perfect, take a car length to go above by 6. Carter missed it, put it 9 above the dial in, and I don't know about you, but 161 total usually does not get a win light in Super Pro round number 1. And unfortunately for Paul Allen, we've already had a perfect reaction time. Bummer about that. He got 1 out of 2 through as well, just like Tony Gambardella. Double entered between bottom bulb and top bulb. They got 1 out of 2, so they'll have to visit first round for re-entry. Haley Wright and Chuck Trotter, the former Ford Thunderbird driving man, right-hand side. 457 the dial in, 510 the dial in for Haley Wright in the blue dragster left side. By the way, a little trivia for you. Chuck Trotter has the distinction of being the last Super Comp car to win in a door car. Also, the final Super Comp driver to win at Atlanta Dragway before they closed. Although that may not last very much longer. Managing reaction times. Who's got the finish line figured out? To be 14 thousandths above the dial in, and Trotter was right alongside it, 16 thousandths above the dial in. Margin of victory, 25/10 on the stripe. Trotter's going to be like 36, and I got 2 thou change. Thank you very much for playing, sir. Buybacks are on the first floor. Lou Hawthorne and Donnie Hutto next. Hutto driving the Mercury Comet. Yeah, that's not a Ford Maverick. That's a Mercury Comet. What's the difference? This one has wood grain in it, or it did at one point. 728 the dial, and he gets the huge head start from Lou Hawthorne in the supercharged dragster. 435 the dial left side. Almost might need a sundial for this one. Just under 3 full seconds of handicap. 2.93 seconds. Drag race. Hawthorne in control on reaction time. One line, give it to Hawthorne on a double breakout, and he legged it. 431 on the 435, getting behind by 59, and Hutto late and under by over a tenth. Alden Rollins and Junior Bunner next. Bunner dials in 571 right side, 573 for Tennessee's finest Beretta left-hand side. That's Alden Rollins. Rollins is going to turn on the wheel line as Junior Bunner turns at 11, Tau Red. Rollins 13. Dead on 5, 18 pack for Alden Rollins. If Junior Bunner would have dialed the same ET, he would have been green, and that would have been a good drag race. The Danielle Mockney left-hand side. Actually, it is Danielle Mockney because I see Mike Mockney sitting there. Once again, Mike Mockney playing the crew chief role. He knows how to play that quite well. Watch his car down 613. Gets a head start from James Hicks Jr. 465, the dial in on the dragster with the wing on top, right-hand side. So Danielle gets almost a full Christmas tree, 1.48 seconds a handicap. Goes wheels up off the starting line and has 13 thousandths in a pocket on reaction time when light. Comes off for Daniel Mockney on a double breakout, 12, take 11 to be under by 29 thousandths, 25, and follows her through to go 2 thousandths under more. Danielle, 12, take 11, gets the dub. All right, we have a fellow screen reader up here in the tower. This will be an interesting matchup right here. Ken Grant and Billy Dunn. A couple of guys that no doubt have probably run each other a couple of times before. Ken Grant, who made his name by driving the wheel-standing third-generation Chevy Nova. He's out here running that as well. And I'll line up with Billy Dunn left-hand side. Dunn, who made a deep run at the ET finals not too long ago, dials in 474, so he'll get half a light bulb, 24 hundredths of a second over the supercharged dragster of Ken Grant right-hand side.
12 fouls separate them on the starting line. Advantage Dunn. Win line says Ken Grant can be the winner. 018 on the tree, 453 with a 6 on the 450 dial in. Dunn had the better demo, 6 reaction time. Gets there at 56 thousandths of a second, breaks out by 8 thousandths of a second. Did just take 48 or less. We've gotten him the win line. Ken Grant moving on in that pair.
Next pair up, door car versus dragster. Jeff Gallen, the preacher man out of St. Augustine, left-hand side. Wheeling the Tom Heath Special 610, the dial in on the Mustang. Will get chased by the dragster of Kara Joe Bondman. Bondman, dial 455 in the pipe rack right-hand side. Attention in the pits, attention in the pits. I will take Allen Speed and Machine Junior Street. Allen Speed Machine Junior Street, lanes 1 and 2, please. Junior Street. Lanes 1 and 2, please. Junior Street, lanes 1 and 2.
Gatlin goes 19 on the right side. Bowman getting away with one. 049 on the tree. Goes 456 with a 7 on the 455. Gatlin, heartbreaker after the red line start. Dead on, goose egg, and no good. Kara Joe Bondman going to be the winner in that pair.
We stopped having to keep track of this during New Year's Nationals. I think we were up to just north of 20 that were 00 red and dead on the dial and with a 7 or closer. That's where you don't want to do it at a quarter-mile track where you have to stare at it going down there.
Next pair brings us Michael Bonacci and Trey Bunner. Bonacci left side, dialed in at 5 flat. Going to get the head right start from Trey Bunner by 25 hundredths of a second. 475 the dial in for Bunner on the right-hand side. Strange Engineering sponsoring that lane for Gainesville Raceway.
13 now separates him, advantage Bunner, win line. Giving the Trey Bunner 16, take 3 to be 4 off the dial in. Bonacci a little closer, 3 above the dial in, but an 029 tree lift him 38-10 thou shy. And the win line will come on for Trey Bunner.
Will Highhouse and Dwayne Schmidt going to be our next pair. Highhouse in the Camaro left side, dialed in at 579. Dwayne Wayne Schmidt on the motor scooter on the right-hand side, dialed in at 584, 500ths of a second, the difference in the dial-ins.
Almost an even Steven off the starting line, but the win line shines for Slick Willie. Schmidt is 007 red and lights it up 6 above. Slick Willie 12 dead 6. And Senior may have to pay attention. He may be jumping back in the dragster before we know it. Willie goes to round number 2. That'll bring up his sister Savannah Highhouse. Savannah making the jump from junior dragsters into the full-size car late last year. The pink dragster left side dials in 476. Look at that start to Samuel Parrish. Parrish on the two-wheeler dial in 544 right side. Advantage this one, Parrish. We like Samuel Parrish. 13, 1 above 6. 29 total, taking 18. Savannah dead on the dial-in with a donut. Just a little bit behind on the Christmas tree, and Samuel Parrish made her pay for it.
Next pair brings us Mark Young, and I believe this is Bubba Browning driving the Chevy 2 on the right-hand side.
Unless he has doubled it, somebody, but I do know he was out first, but that is the Bubba Browning car.
Not sure if Garrett is here or not. I mean, it's either Bubba or Garrett, but I know for sure I saw Bubba here. Anyways, Mark Young dialed in at 618, 612 to dial in for Browning on the right-hand side. 600ths of a second, the difference in dial-ins. 13 thousandths of a second separates them up front. Advantage Young, win light, says Bubba Browning going to be the winner on 033 on the tree. 614 with a 9. Getting there by 92 thousandths of a second. Young had the better 020 reaction time. Cannot run the dial in. Goes 631 to only 91 miles an hour. Something going on with the machine of Mark Young. Browning going to be the winner.
Either that or he ran into the first gun and dropped him like a bad habit at only 91 miles an hour. But Young in a brand new car for him. His first introduction back into bracket racing. He's been running stock eliminator for a couple of years, so probably see him back in round number 2 on the reentry round. Next up, the Jeep right-hand side, 643 dial-in. Michelle Linsenby dialing in the dragster at 454 left side. Jock already got him a W. Michelle going to try to do the same. 24,000 separates him advantage. Dragster, win line, dragster, 001, take 32. To be 6 above the dial-in right-hand side, 25, 7 off. The 643 prediction dropped at the first cone, but Michelle was already in full control there. Kelly Hicks and Jackie Bennett. Our next pair. It's going to be James Kelly Hicks on the right-hand side, if I'm not mistaken. 46 to dial in Jackie Bennett. Man who has carved up Division II in the top sportsman ranks for quite a while with a Pro-Charged Camaro. Also still likes to participate on the bracket side from time to time. This is just the slightly slower bracket car. 442 dial in.
Jumping into the slow part this weekend with the 442 dial in. Okay. We'll go with that.
Just remember, he does have a Pro-Charged dragster that has 60 foots with a 0. And the 0 is before the decimal point. 442 is not slow, but it's all relative.
I think when you're going 370s, normally it does tend to be a little bit slower.
And James Kelly Hicks is supposed to move first. Jackie gives it a couple of rips, but will turn it red by 14 thou. That's the true start. We do not see a green or red light until the run is complete and Hicks gets the W. There's a case of where James Kelly Hicks is green and Jackie Bennett let go 14 thou red. The tree will not drop until one side lights the scoreboard, and Hicks will get the lucky W there as he's only 20.96 on the tree. Jackie Bennett going to be a little bit mad at himself on that one.
Double Nova is going to be going at it here. Paul Rivas on the right-hand side. Got a 559 dial in, going to be taking on Norm Williams. Williams on the left side dialed in at 563. Only 400ths of a second separating these two in the dial-ins. Here in round number 1 of our Super Pro category. Start line of A is going to go to Rivas on the right-hand side. He is in full control, going to take the win. 19 dead on with a 3 for 22 down total. Locks out Norm Williams, who was 0.42 on the reaction time. He gets there first with nothing to work with. Goes 5.57 on the 5.63 dial in. Paul Rivas going to be coming back for round number 2. Kurt Banks and Ricky Whiting going to be our next pair. Banks left side dialed in at 489. Ricky Whiting right side dialed in at 485. Let's go. We have drop call. We need Junior Street to the lanes. And Junior Street, we need to the lanes at this time, please. Junior Street, we need to the lanes at this time, please. Ford, foul, separate them on the starting line. There's a whole lot of zeros on my screen. Ricky Whiting going to be the winner. 008 on the reaction time. 493 with a 6 on the 485 dial in. Banks had the better 004 reaction time. Something going around his machine can only go 541 on that 489 dial in.
That looks like left in high gear. 541 on a 489 sounds like high gear to me. Next up, Big Papa Wyatt Palmatier, a.k.a. Ben Stone, left-hand side. 435, the dial in on the colorful dragster. Will line up against the 469 dial in right-hand side on driver not on file. It looks like there is a little trail in front of Wyatt Palmatier. That might just be sweat from all that horsepower out there, but, you know.
2 years ago, I said it without even like hesitating. I'm like, son.
Separate them on the starting line. Palmatier with the advantage, and he gets away with one. 441 with a 4 on the 435 dial in, and he was in deep, like the top ball was flickering. I think he may have held the button down a little bit more on that one. 416 on the tree, 490 with an 8 on the 469 dial in for the dragster right side. Palmatier getting away with one. Going to light the wind light on his side of the track.
Flying Brian Jones, the man behind FB Trailer Sales, up in his second entry right-hand side. 440 the dial in, 665 left side. For Victor Adams, the small block third-gen Firebird. Once again, Junior Street needs you to lanes 1 and 2, please. Junior Street needs you to lanes 1 and 2, please. Junior Street, wait and see Byron is car number 2010-2010.
.42 of a second separate them up front. Adams with the advantage in the wind light. No 11 on the tree. 666 with a 1 on the 665 dial in. Going to take the win as Jones missing it. And goes 442 with a 9 on the 440. Good enough for 60 foul behind Victor Adams. Moves on in that pair.
Next pair, Maverick Palmatier. This is Wyatt's big brother left-hand side. 593 the dial in on the instant pick him up truck. Kevin Powers down on the dragster. 497 right side. And Powers is going to turn on the win line for Palmatier by being 2,000 red. Palmatier 7, 17, and 3 above the dial in for the instant pickup truck. 596 on the 593, and Powers is under by 15 thousandths after turn loose and switch. 2 thousandths too early. That'll bring up Pablo Gonzalez and Kurt Carlson. The two-wheeler left-hand side, dialing in 537. Carlson's St. Augustine-based pipe rack will dial in 510 right side. Separates of advantage. Two-wheeler, win light. Give it to Gonzalez. Double, 08, take 6 to be one above a 0. 18 total locks out Carlson, who is 46 and under by 22 thou, and still didn't get there first. Gonzalez, 18 total, takes the scooter to round 2.
Next pair of bins is David Zinke and Roy Hagedorn. Zinke in the Duster left side dialed in at 696. Roy Hagedorn, a man with needs no introduction, dialed in right side at 623.
Yep, Hagedorn in control on this one in the Mustang. Give it to Hagedorn. 33, take 27 to be 5 above the dial, and Zinke missed it. Puts it 3 above the dial in. And 113 total will not get it done against the champ. Roy Hagedorn comes back on the 4-wheel variety for round number 2. That'll bring up Dan Dobson on his second entry. The Mazda right-hand side dialing in 641. He will face Cameron Fredrickson. Fredrickson behind the wheel of Jennifer Siegel's Nova dials in 573. The Heat and AC man who is kind of in a back seat and hasn't raced as much, sliding back behind the wheel of Jennifer Siegel's. And I do say Jennifer because this is her car. It actually has a long family history with her and her father. They just got it finished last year, and John has already taken it to, I want to say, 4 wins, if I'm not mistaken. Might be 5 by now. Fredrickson gives chase. Dobson goes first. And Fredrickson will give chase 2,000s too soon. Right side, 029 green. And 29 thou under Fredrickson. A little hot on the dial as well. He'll visit the first floor for the re-entry window. Scott Motter and Glenn Newman's next.
Newman's in the Mazda left side dialed in at 556. Scott Motter in the dragster right side dialed in at 446.
Attention in the pits, attention in the pits. I will take Sportsman. Sportsman Eliminator, I'll take you to lanes 5 and 6, please. Sportsman, take you to lanes 5 and 6, please. Lakeland, Cadillac, Sportsman, take you to lanes 5 and 6, please. Wait and see by on his car number 2455, Bart Pangillion. You are the wait and see by. And here is where the True Start actually does what it's supposed to. Glenn Newman's on the old system would have gone red first, but Motter went red by more, so True Start looks at the 2 red lights and takes the least defensive of the 2. Newman's 003 red, 1 above 8. Scott Motter 13,000th red, 100th worst behind him, and 6 above the dial, and Glenn Newman's takes advantage of the True Start system. And look at this pair right here, Brendan George and Kenny Bevins. Bevins in the old school Bad News Travels Fast Vega wagon. This car cut up a lot of Georgia over the 80s and 90s. 596 the dial in. Brendan George left-hand side driving Big Juicy the Mustang. 611 the dial for him. Just 3 thou separate the as advertised air advantage. Brendan, win line. Give it to George. 16, take 15 to be dead on 6. 22 total. Bevins had 3 thou to take, and instead he drives into the first cone and disappears to be 1 above with an 8 on the end. Margin of victory, 15 thousandths of a second. Good matchup. Brendan George gets the dub.
Michelle Lisenby and Travis Logan as we start wrapping up this round of our Super Pro category. Lisenby left side dialed in at 711 in the S10. Travis Logan in the dragster right side, dialed in at 468.
Michelle and Jock doubling up on the S10. Jock's already got a win light here in the Super Street setup. You'll see it come off the starting line, hit the stop, and then come back on. There it is right there. Now here comes Travis Logan. 8 now separating him advantage. Lends the beat win light. Give it to the pickup truck. 28 take 12 to make one above. Logan, one above the dial-in as well.
The final pair of this round of our Super Pro category. Mark Horton on the left side. Might be Trent, I'm not sure. Yeah, probably. We'll go and call it Mark. Mark Horton on the left-hand side. I believe this is Dave Demarest on his second entry on the right-hand side. Demarest right side dialed in at 469. Horton left side dialed in at 460. Now separate them on the starting line. Demarest in control, going to take the win. 010 on the tree, 470 with a 4 on the 469 dial in. Horton behind them with a 035 reaction time, goes 463 with an 8 at 139 miles an hour. Looked like it may have taken him until he couldn't go any further and dropped him and cut him loose. To no avail. Dave Demarest is going to be moving on in that pair. And that will wrap up this, or wrapping up this round of our Super Pro category. Joe DeVete on the left-hand side, dialed in at 471. So Joe DeVete off and running on his buy run, 003 on the red side, and goes 470 with a 6 on the 471 dial in. That will do it for FB Trailer Sales Super Pro for round number 1.
That'll wrap up round number 1 of FB Trailer Sales Super Pro. We're going to go into Pro Motorcycle, Pro Bike. This is the non-electronic version. Because of the differences we had, we're going to run with no quarter mile. This is going to be an 1/8 mile now. So you see the 1/8 mile times instead of the quarter mile times up there. As Richard Holdner and Chuck Wooten will get us started. Left-hand side, dials in 627, 532 for Richard Holdner, right-hand side. Better reaction time to Wooten. Wooten will take the win light, 009 and 9 above the 627 prediction. Holder late and 3 above the dial-in, comes up 9,000 short. Wooten will turn on the win light here. Joe Joe Clemmy and advance Hodeyshield. Hodeyshield out 753, 570. Left-hand side for Joe Clemmy. Dance with the better reaction time. One light will come on for Joe Clemmy. 575 on the 570. Hodeyshield under by 1,000, taking 23. Needed to take 22 or less. Win light, Joe Clemmy. Next pair. Tom Motes left side, Jordan Volkner right hand side. Advantage Volkner on the 588 dial-in. Win light will come on for Jordan. 37, take 28 to be 1600s above the dial-in Motes. 1300s over his 710 prediction. Once again, my Lakeland Cadillac Sportsman class. Need you to the lanes, please. Lakeland Cadillac Sportsman class. Need you to lanes 5 and 6, please. Sportsman, need you to lanes 5 and 6. Mike Lakowski and Larry Berger next. Berger right hand side out 663, 523 for Mike Lakowski left side. 62 now separates him, advantage Lakowski, win light. Will come up for Lakowski as Berger has problems and slows to a 788. Lakowski 006 and will get the win light. I believe this is a opponent broke by for Leachman. Yep, Dwayne Leachman getting an opponent broke single here. Looking for 524, goes 525 at 128 miles an hour for Dwayne Leachman. Junior Street, you should be loaded up and ready to go. Junior Street, you will be next. Junior Street, brought to us by Allen Speed Machine. You will be up next. Sportsman, you will follow Junior Street. Sportsman, you will follow Junior Street. Brett Bennett and Scott DeLong on our next pair. DeLong dial 571 right side, 603 for Brett Bennett left side. 21 now separates him, advantage Bennett left side, win light. Give it to Bennett, 19 dead, 7, 603 with a 7. Puts together 26 total. DeLong above the 571 prediction by 300ths. Gives a win light to Brett Bennett. I believe this is your legal buy run, John Up the Grove. Keystone Heights, Florida-based hot rod dials in 544. Roy Johnson getting the win light on that pair as Reginald Harper turned it red on the right-hand side. That'll wrap up the pro bike category. It'll bring us into the junior street category. This is for age 13 through 16. Must dial 9 flat or slower in a street legal vehicle. First pair underway. Chelsea Dwayne left-hand side, dial 917 in the Camaro. 1085, the dial in for Hunter Dowling in the pickup truck right-hand side. Advantage Dwayne, win light. Chelsea Dwayne. 039 and 2 above the dial in, Hunter Dowling. 1112 on the 1085, nearly 3/10 off the dial in. Chelsea with better reaction time, and Dwayne gets the win. Here comes round number 2, Hayden DeLeon, right-hand side, and Tanner Mockney, left-hand side. Mockley Family Racing pickup truck, left side, dials in 1019. Hayden DeLeon, right-hand side, dials in 1002, just 1,700 to separate the two pickup trucks. Tanner gets the chance to go first. And DeLeon will turn it red, so Tanner Mockney will get the win light on this one. All right, attention in the pits, attention in the pits. I'll take junior dragsters to the staging lanes, please. Juniors, we'll take you to the lanes, please. Age group 6 to 9, lane number 8. Age group 10 to 12, lane number 2. And age group 13 to 17, lane number 1. Byruns are as follows. Age group 6 to 9, Byrun is car number 2123. Byrun in age group 10 to 12 is X217. And Byrun in the big cars is 282. Briella Browning and Caden Holloway come up next. Holloway in the dually right side dialed in 1090. 1088 for Briella Browning. Wheeling, I believe it's an edge. Couple Ford products going down the racetrack. Win light will shine for Briella Browning. Browning a little bit better on the tree and closer to the dial in. Caden, 1200s off the dial in. Comes up right-hand side, 815 to dial in on the Mustang, 771 for Kevin Roberts. Left-hand side in the Hugger Orange small block, 69 Camaros. We get into the Lakeland Cadillac Sportsman class. Just doing a little bit of cleanup on the right-hand side here before we send our next pair. It looks like we might have had a little bit of debris come out of the first pair. Just be on hold here for just a minute. That brings up our next pair. Chris Courtney, left-hand side. Pontiac dials in 7 flat, 10-69 right-hand side. Once again, junior dragsters, I need you back. Juniors, I need you back, please. Double breakout win's going to go to Chris Courtney, 699 with a 3 under by 7 thousandths. Right side is under by 55 thousandths. Juniors, once again, I need you back. Juniors age group 6 to 9, I need you to lane number 8. Juniors age group 10 to 12 to lane 2. And juniors age group 13 to 17 back to lane number 1. next pair, Jeff Lasapia. I believe it is still on polyglass tires. 1970 model Chevy Chevelle. He is a car restoration expert out of Ocala, Florida. 742 the dial, and he gets the head start from the 68 Chevy 2 Nova. 7 flat is the dial in right-hand side. Once again, junior dragsters in each of the lanes, please. Juniors, age group 6 to 9 to lane 8, age group 10 to 12 to lane 2, and age group 13 to 17, lane number 1. Almost identical reaction times on the double breakout. The Nova will get the win. Under the dial in by 1300ths. Jeff goes under his 742 prediction by 1400ths. That'll bring up Miss Cindy Hall and Jason Rollins. Cindy Hall in the Shenanigans 63 Ford Falcon left-hand side, 789 dial, and she gets a head start from the Chicken. Jason Rollins out of High Springs, Florida, little small block power, 95 model Pontiac Firebird. He'll give chase. Rollins on a 722, Cindy Hall on a 789 win light. Rollins, 33, take 19 to be 5 above the dial, and Cindy Hall, 2 above the dial. Jason Rollins, a better reaction time. Jason Rollins with the win. That'll bring up Chris Parisi and Dennis Harsh. Harsh in the all-wheel drive turned wheel-roll drive. Infinity left-hand side with a little 2 to nitrous on board. 753 the dial, and Chris Parisi says, I like that dial, and I'll match it. The Coyote-powered Mustang right-hand side. Out of Jacksonville, and best bet dials in 753 as well. Both of them off and rolling, same dial-ins. Who's got the finish line figured out? It's going to be Chris Parisi. Parisi, better reaction time. 1500ths above the dial, and Harsh slows to almost 3/10 above his 753 prediction. Frank Medeiros and Jacob Richards come up next. Richard in the Pontiac-powered Mustang left-hand side, 775 the dial, and he gets the win line as Frank Medeiros turns it red. And Jacob Richards will turn on the win light here. 768 on the 775. Medeiros coasts to an 841. That brings up our next pair. Favorite drivers at the racetrack. Driver not on file. 825 left side. 1157 right hand side. So right side gets to go first by almost 2 full Christmas trees. 3.32 seconds of handicap. Pretty good amount. Once again, for those of you that are at home, thanks for watching on the On the Spot Motorsports Media live stream. We appreciate Mitchell's hard work to bring the stream to everybody. Win light here is going to go left-hand side. The S10 pickup truck will get the win. His right side turns it red. 822 on the 825, 22 thousandths under the dial, and right-hand side is red and under by about 2 freight trains. 1081 on an 1157, holding just a little in reserve. And Steven Strickland win light comes on for Strick. 041, take 51 to be above the dial in by 3. Monica, a little bit late, and 500ths over the dial in. She visit the first floor and get back into the action with the re-entry window. Tom Courtney and Jay Dickinson next. Jay dials in 10:04, right-hand side, 7:07 for Tom Courtney in the Pontiac Trans Am left side. And he'll turn on the red light, so Dickinson gets the win. They'll bring up Marcus Cruz and Doug Poskovich. Poskovich normally driving the 6-second Ford. Looks like he's wheeling his street car here. 765 to dial it. 713 for Marcus Cruz in the Mopar left side. Junior dragster drivers, please suit up. Juniors, age group 6 to 9, please start suiting up. Juniors in lane 8, suit up, please. Doug Poskovich will get the easy win here, as it looks like Marcus had problems right off the starting line, so as I saw some stuff flopping around underneath the car. So unfortunately, this looks like we might have either lost a drive shaft or did something with the rear end. So tough break here for Marcus Cruz. Poskovich will get the win. And we'll put everything on hold here for just a tick or two as we get that taken care of. drivers, looks like it was the drive shaft coming loose. Thankfully, no fluid. We're just going to have to broom it real quick, and then we'll be right back at it. So, drivers, if you got your helmets or your belts off, go ahead and get them back on. It should only take us a minute or two. Sean's going to make a couple laps real quick with the tractor, and then we'll be right back at it. All right, this is an interesting matchup. Brad Venom left-hand side. The Scat Pack Challenger dialing in 765, and he is staging against his own former GTO. Not sure who is driving it, but Brad won a lot with this car. Dials in 802. Right-hand side gets the victory, 806 on the 802. Brett, late, trim up. This is your final pair in Sportsman in round number one. Allison Reynolds and Scott DeLeon. Pair of Chevy Malibus on the starting line right here. 720, the dial in for Scott left-hand side. Allison Reynolds in the Tim Goolsby special, dialing in 733 right side. White light comes on for Scott. 721 on the 720. Allison dead on the dial-in on the GRE special. It comes up just a little short at the finish line. So Scott will get the victory. Now bring up your legal buy run, Bart. Hey, Gilligan. And Gilligan dials in 7 flat, the Corvette. Turns it a little bit red. And that'll wrap up round number one of the Lakeland Cadillac Sportsman class. We'll get ready for junior dragsters, folks. Those will come out next. Junior dragsters, as soon as we touch up the starting line. right, the first pair of junior dragsters comes on left-hand side. Better reaction time in this matchup will go right-hand side. Win light. Will come on the strange side as well. 057 and 1206 on the 1191 left side. 1278 on the 1274 right side, getting the whole shot win. That brings up our next pair, 1190 dial in right-hand side. Left side, Cooper Collins, 1319. The dial in on the Lucas Oil side. Both of them on green light starts, right-hand side, the slightly better reaction time. And right side will get the win, 12:15 on the 1190 left-hand side. Has some problems and will slow to a 19-second time slip. This is your legal buy run. On the left-hand side, had the best reaction time in round number 1. And I'll get an odd number single here. Once again, drivers, if you did not get a win light in round number 1, first floor of the tower is open for buybacks as we're going to get ready to call round number 2 shortly, and you would go straight into round number 2. So don't miss your chance to get back into the action if you did not get a win light in round number 1, 1198 on the 1190. For that run right there. Now we're going to step things up a little bit. We're going to go to the age group 10 to 12. 10 to 12, you can dial as quick as 890. First runner out, Blake Jones. The Flying Brian's Trailer Sales back junior dragster, left-hand side, 904 dial-in, 904 the dial-in. Also on the stream side for driver not on file. Slightly better reaction time, right-hand side on this matchup. Win line will come on right-hand side. 907 on the 904. Gets there first by 25 thousandths. Blake Jones also 907 on the 904. Difference in the reaction time is the difference at the finish line. Right-hand side will turn on the win line. Wyatt Hicks getting the job done there against Jason Motter. 031 on the tree and 940 on the 925. Getting a whole shot win over Jason Motter's 919 on the 9 flat. Next round, Sean Daniel and Peyton Duffett. Duffett left-hand side out of Wesley Chapel. Florida dials in 906. 910 for Sean Daniel right-hand side. Duffett turns it red, so Sean Daniel gets to win 907 with a 4 on the 910 under by 26 thousandths. Duffett a little bit red and under the 906 prediction by almost 900ths of a second. They can visit the buyback window, first floor of the tower. Ryder Kellogg comes up next, right-hand side. 890 the dial in, 891. Landon Siegel, left-hand side. Landon Siegel, left side. Ryder Kellogg, right-hand side. Both of them cleaning green off the starting line. Advantage. Kellogg, win line will come on for Siegel. Siegel gets around the whole shot. 061 and one above the dial in Kellogg. 6 above the dial in. Margin of victory, 16 thousandths of a second. Swing Siegel's way. Mila Gorka, right-hand side, 891 the dial in, 910 the dial in, left-hand side for Skylar Carpenter. Carpenter in control with a better reaction time on the Lucas Oil side of the racetrack. When light will shine on that side as well. Carpenter, 25, take 26 to be 6 above the dial in. Mila, 2 above the dial in, a whole shot, paving the way for Carpenter. Lanes 3 and 4, I need you to clear your golf carts and four-wheelers. Lanes 3 and 4, I need you to clear your golf carts and four-wheelers. Getting ready to call up round number 2. Once again, junior dragsters, need you to clear lanes 3 and 4 of the golf carts and four-wheelers. Junior dragsters, need you to clear lanes 3 and 4 of golf carts and four-wheelers. Next here, Johnny Moxley and Trey Collins. Collins right-hand side, the Odessa, Florida-based junior dials at 903. 896 for Johnny Moxley. Out of Keystone Heights. Just 700 separate him on the dial-ins. And Moxley will turn it a little bit red. Trey Collins will get the win on the strange side this time. Trey looking for 903 and goes 907. Moxley, 2 above the 896 prediction, but a little bit of a red light. Gave the automatic win to Trey Collins. So Collins will come back for round number 2. And Johnny Moxley can visit the re-entry window. Next pair. Kylie Mockney, left-hand side. Moneybag styles in 907, 928 right side. Right-hand side with the better reaction time. And right side will squeak out the win on this one. 930 on the 928. Mockney, 917 on the 907.
Aaron Kennedy and Sierra Height come up next. Height righting inside dials at 792. A. Ron Kennedy dialing 793 left side. And Kennedy will turn at 12. Thal red. Height perfect. Trip zip perfect. And puts up a 2-pack. Sierra trips it perfect, 792 with a 2 on a 792, puts a 2-pack on the window. Aaron was going to have a hard time with that one. That'll be a very good pair here. Briella Browning and Brooklyn Collins. Collins out of the KC Automotive Group, right-hand side, dials 803. Briella Browning, left-hand side, also with an 803 dial-in. All right, attention in the bits. Attention in the bits. I'll take Jeans Glass Pro ET round number 2 to lanes 3 and 4, overflow to 5 and 6, please. Pro ET. Pro ET round number 2. We'll take you to lanes 3 and 4, overflow to 5 and 6, please. Pro ET. Pro ET round number 2. Lanes 3 and 4, overflow to 5 and 6. By round is car number 235. Car 235 is your wait and see by. Brooklyn Collins in control on reaction time, right inside in this fair win line. Will come on for Brooklyn. 33, take 13 to be 7 above the dial-in. Briella Browning, 5 above the dial-in. Good drag race. Brooklyn Collins will get the W there by 13 thousandths. Once again, Pro ET, Jeans Glass, Pro ET in each of the lanes 3 and 4, overflow to 5 and 6, please. Pro ET. Pro ET lanes 3, 4, 5, and 6. Left-hand side, driver not on fall, right-hand side, 845 right side, 790 for Kellogg. Kellogg with better reaction time, Kellogg with the win. 034, get behind 14 to be 2 above the dial-in. Right-hand side, a little bit late, under the dial-in by 24 thousandths. Didn't have the room as Dean Kellogg locked him out. And looks like right-hand side here having some problems.
say Glenn, unfortunately, right-hand side having some problems on the run. Left side, we'll go 792 on the 795. comes on right-hand side, and that matchup, his left-hand side turns it a little bit red. Sneak flat on the 798 Island. They'll bring up Tanner Mockney. This is Kylie's big brother. Tanner coming out of the shadow and winning a $20,000 race at the end of last year. Will dial in the dragster at 798 right-hand side, 818 for left-hand side. In control on reaction time on the straight side of the racetrack, win light. Give it to Tanner. 21, takes 70 to beat, 8 above the island, left-hand side, 3 above the island, but Tanner Mockney with a much better reaction time, and that paved his way to a win. Left side, 7,000 red. Right-hand side goes 831 with an 8 on the 832, just 2,000 under the dial-in. That gives you Weston Daniel. Daniel, with the best reaction time during the qualifying round, gets the competition single here. Car number 282, dialing in 1390. Weston Oath 25 on the tree. And he'll go 8 flat with a 9. Attention in the pits, final call for Jeans Glass Pro ET round number 2. Jeans Glass Pro ET round number 2. I'll take you to lanes 3, 4, 5, and 6. It looks like we have 3 and 4 full, so I'll take you to lanes 5 and 6, please. Jeans Glass Pro ET final call. Lanes 5 and 6, please. I will take Super Pro Bike back to lane number 7, please. Super Pro Bike. I'll take you back to lane number 7, please. Wait and see by. For round number 2 over there is bike number 2951.
All right, while I do a little track prep, we're going to go ahead and run a couple of commercials here. So we'll be right back after this.
Reliability to drive thousands of miles. Confidence for those who fly high. Redline oil products give you the power to crush the competition. And a track record of being the best. Redline oil products. You push it to the limit, we'll protect it.
Ready to take your engine to the next level? Scorpion Racing Products delivers precision-engineered, high-performance rocker arms that dominate the track. 100% CNC machined in the USA with aerospace-grade aluminum for unmatched strength and durability. Our rocker arms handle extreme conditions with multiple ratios available to fit your needs. Backed by our exclusive lifetime warranty. When performance matters, choose Scorpion Racing Products. Proven, reliable, unstoppable.
With more than 30 years of engine and drivetrain experience, Big Stuff is your one-stop total power management solution. Whether you're controlling a 600 horsepower street car and want the best drivability, or have a 6,000 horsepower race car, need the most bulletproof, reliable control hardware, Big Stuff can do it all. All of our components are designed and manufactured right here in the USA, including our computers, wiring harnesses, touchscreen displays, and more. Nothing is built offshore, and we take pride in being one of the only automotive aftermarket manufacturers that can say this. Learn more at bigstuff3efi.com or connect with us on Facebook and Instagram for more information.
All right, Pro ET drivers, lanes 3 and 4, start loading up, please. Pro ET, lanes 3 and 4. Start suiting up, please. Pro ET, lanes 3 and 4, suit up, please. Drivers, crew, please remember that we will be doing a non-denominational chapel service tomorrow morning at 8 o'clock on the 3rd floor. That's the top floor of the tower. You can take both the stairs or the elevator if you're feeling sporty and you want to get your morning workout in. Phil Green, I believe, will be leading the RFC chapel service tomorrow. All right, folks, here comes round number 2 of Pro ET, brought to us by Gene's Glass. Here's the round where 2 go down and only 1 comes back. The buybacks mixed in. This is their last chance. Got to turn on a win line if you want to stay alive here. Danny Paul and Bill McKenna will get us started. McKenna, right-hand side, 660 the island on the Mopar. 595 for the classic 70 Chevelle, left side of Danny Paul. He'll give chase. McKenna goes first. We are green with 23,000 separating the two. Advantage Danny Paul, win light. Give it to Danny Paul. 53 get there second to go above by 4. McKenna 76 and breaks out by 2/10. Turned on the afterburners and Danny Paul will get the win. That brings up Matt Nolling and Tim Pafford next. Nolling left-hand side, Navarre, Florida-based Camaro, 645 down, 746 for Pafford in the Georgia-based S10 pickup truck. And Pafford will turn it red. So Matt Nolling gets the win, looking for 645. And will take his foot out of it early and coast across at 679. Once again, Super Pro Bike on each of back to lane number 7, please. Super Pro Bike, need you back to lane 7, please. Super Pro Bike, need you back. Chris Duffin and Lee Zaremba. Zaremba left-hand side out 640 in the Mopar, 651 for Duffin in the Nova. Duffin in full control here. 700's better on the reaction time, and he'll turn on the win line. 14 take a car length to be above the dial-in by 1,600. Zaremba late and 2/10 above the dial-in. Something gone wrong there for Lee Zaremba, and Christopher Duffin will pick up the win. Vinny Badano Jr. and Andy Lindsay come up next. Lindsay driving the patriotic-themed Mustang left side. He's dialed in 662. He'll get the head start from Vinny Badano. Badano is out of Georgia. Originally a New Yorker by trade. 644 is the dial-in on the gray Mustang right side. Badano cuts Lindsay's reaction time in half. Win line will come on for Badano. Badano 30, take 4 to be 7 above the dial, and Lindsay 3 above the dial, and missed the reaction time a little bit, and Badano makes him pay for it. Vinny goes to round 3. John Dwayne and Mr. Wendy Colson Wendy wheeling the second generation Camaro out of Valdosta, Georgia, just outside the home of South Georgia Motorsports Park. 656 is the dial, and he gets one light bulb. 53/100ths of a second head start from John Dwayne. Dwayne, a multi-time winner here at Gainesville, driving the 68 model Chevy Camaro left side on a 603 dial-in. Wendy Colson is in trouble here. Dwayne in control, and Dwayne turns on the win line double. 08, take 46 to be 3 above the dial, and Colson late. 3 under the dial, and still doesn't get there first. Win light shines for John Dwayne. Andy Poogan, John Rollins come up next. Andy out of Middleburg, Florida, 648 the dial on the pickup truck. Gets that start by almost one full bulb on the Christmas tree from John Rollins. The SP2-headed small block Chevy aboard the 72 note out of Rollins Automotive Speed and Custom left-hand side. 597 is his dial-in. Andy should just pull over. John gets the win marker here. John above the dial-in by 1300ths. Andy above the dial-in by 900ths, but his reaction time started with a 2. Austin Logan and Steven Strickland come up next. Strickland driving the 6th generation Chevy Camaro right side, dials in 744. 582 for Austin Logan in the wheel standing 3rd gen Camaro out of Port Charlotte, Florida left side. He'll give Jay Strickland gets to go first by one full Christmas tree. 1.62 seconds of handicap. Logan a little bit better on the reaction time left side. And Logan will pick up the win. 28, take 21 to be above the dial-in by 3. Strickland also off his 744 prediction by 3. Difference at the finish line was the difference at the starting line. 21 thousandths margin of victory. Shines for Austin Logan. Once again, I need Super Pro Motorcycle. Super Pro Motorcycle. Need you to lane number 7, please, for round 2. Super Pro Bike. Egypt, left-hand side. Michael Carpenter will turn on the red light right-hand side. Left side will get the win. 046 green and one above the 705 prediction. Carpenter, a little bit red. It turns it in 646 on the 640 dial-in. Let's bring up a battle of S10 pickup trucks. Actually, I believe left-hand side is a GMC Sonoma. Dan Fuzzy Dice Warren and Curtis Peak. Peak in the extended cab. GMC Sonoma picked up a decent amount of money at the New Year's Nationals at Bradenton Motorsports Park about 3 weeks ago. He'll dial in 645 and get that start from Fuzzy Dice. Dan Warren in the Chop Top S10 pickup truck right side out of Melbourne. 617 is his dial-in. Fuzzy Dice in control on reaction time, win line. Give it to Fuzzy. 25, 2 above the dial-in. Curtis Peak missed it a little bit, puts it dead on the 645 of the 9, but comes up 100th short at the finish line. Fuzzy Dice come back for round number 3. Trey Bunner and Travis Marchand come up next. Marchand, the wheel standing 69 Camaro done in 583, 609 for Trey Bunner's 3rd gen left side. He'll go first. Bunner cuts Marchand in half on reaction time when light. Comes on for Travis Marchand on a double breakout. Travis under by 2 thousandths. Trey Bunner under by 3 thousandths. 19 take 20 is too much by 1,000th of a second. At 19 to take on the difference on reaction time, and took 20. Mark Van Gillingham comes up left side in the Corvette, dialing in 787, 658 for Brandon Williams. And Williams in the Turnberg turn on the win light as Mark turns in 4 thousandths red. Williams 10, 32 thousandths under. Mark is 300ths above his prediction. Once again, I need Super Pro Motorcycle, Super Pro Bike to lane 2, please. Super Pro Bike. Super Pro Bike, I need you to lane number 2, please. Or, excuse me. Super Pro Bike, I need you to lane 7, please. Super Pro Bike, lane number 7, please. Super Pro Bike, lane 7, please. D. Ray Ligney, otherwise known as D's Nuts, left-hand side. 652 the dial-in on the big block. Camaro dialing in. 730 on the right-hand side for the Mustang. Driver not on file. D gives chase and control on reaction time. Win line. Give it to D. 64 and 2 above the dial-in. Right-hand side. 3 above the dial-in. Mel Risky and Dawson Bass next. Mel driving the Chevy Camaro left-hand side. 638 the dial-in, 710 the dial-in for Dawson Bass, the Jacksonville, Florida-based Mustang. Better reaction time on this mare goes to Dawson. And Dawson will get the double breakout win. 80, takes 17 to be under by 6 thousandths. Mel follows him through to be 22 thousandths under. George Emanuel and Richard Lindsay next. Richard Lindsay right-hand side, getting back into drag racing after taking a little over a decade away from the swing of things. 634 the dial-in on the Mustang, 760 the dial-in for George Emanuel's small block Chevy Nova left side. He gets to go first. Thou separates him, advantage Manuel, win line. Comes on for Richard Lindsay. Lindsay, 639 on the 634, 5 above the dial-in. George Emanuel slows to a 772 on the 760. Jimmy Hodges and James Evans next. Evans left-hand side, the Jacksonville, Florida-based Mustang dialing in 690, 613. For Jimmy Hodges in the big block, Disco Nova out of Middleburg. He'll give chase. Evans goes first. Evans will turn it red, so Jimmy Hodges gets the automatic win. Looking for 613, he goes 612 with a 4 under by 6 thousandths. Evans, 9 above the dial-in. Here comes your next pair, Paul Allen and James Thompson. A couple drivers that are not afraid to travel to race off the foot. Paul Allen, left-hand side, the Middleburg, Florida-based two-tone 72 model Ford Maverick, 667 the dial-in. He gives head start to James Thompson. The Edgewater, Florida-based 72 Chevelle, he calls Rusty, 689 is the dial. Once again, I need Super Pro Bike. Super Pro Bike to lane 7, please. Super Pro Bike. Super Pro Bike, need you to lane number 7, please. Super Pro Bike. Super Pro Bike. Need to lane 7, please. Paul Allen will turn it 11 thousandths red, and James Thompson will get a lucky break here. He goes 684 on the 689 dial-in. Next round, James Turner and Ralph Bratton. Bratton in the big block Chevelle, El Camino. Dialing in 621. He'll give the head start to James Turner. Turner wheeling the Mercury Capri out of Keystone Heights. Dialing in 695. Ken Gray getting the win over Tim Nelson in that previous pair. Here comes our next matchup. I believe that is either Maverick or Wyatt Palmatier left-hand side. 6 flat the dial on the S10 pickup truck. 696 the dial on the Oldsmobile right-hand side. One line that better come on for Roy Hacker Jr. Better on the reaction time by a little bit and above the dial-in by 6. The Wiz, Steven Wazorak, above the dial-in by 2/10 as the four-eyed Mustang has some issues. Let's bring up the S10 pickup truck, 646 dial left-hand side, and Jeremy Davis on the two-wheeler, dialing 563 right side. Davis will get the win on this one. His left-hand side is red. Jeremy 570 on the 563 left side, 644 on the 646. That'll bring up a couple of Gainesville regulars, Jeff Gallen and Darren Stutz. Both of them not only made their mark here in Gainesville, but also Jack's Raceways when it was still around, and Green Cove Springs Dragway. Jeff Gallen left side, the Tom Heath Mustang dialed 609, Darren Stutz out of Stutz Restorations and Customs dials in the 57 Chevy at 599 right side. And Aaron will turn it red. Gallen was ready, 002. And 4 thou under. Gallen was about to be a handful there. Stutz red and legs it through to go 604 on the 599 dial-in. Double of Pontiacs come to the starting line next. Jason Rollins and Tom Courtney. Courtney right-hand side, the High Springs, Florida-based second-generation Pontiac Trans Am, dials in 714. He'll give the slight head start to Jason Rollins. The owner of Rollins Automotive Speed and Custom, based here in Gainesville, 720 the dial-in on the Silver Chicken left side. Rollins with the better reaction time. And Rollins with the win here, giving a couple of Scoobies down there. 724 on the 724 above the dial-in. Courtney breaks out by 3 thousandths. Jason Rollins will move that entry to round number 3. And we'll see him back in the sportsman ranks for his second entry. That'll bring up Mark Horton, doing double duty between Super Pro and Pro. Attention in the pits, attention in the pits. I'll take Flying Barnes Trailer Sales, Super Pro, I'll take you to lanes 1, 2, 3, and 4, Super Pro, I'll take you to lanes 1, 2, 3, and 4, Super Pro, I'll take you to lanes 1, 2, 3, and 4. Mark Horton getting the win over John Tyler in that matchup. Better reaction time, 10 on his 619 dial-in with a 7 locks out Tyler, who is 8 thousandths under his 747 prediction and still doesn't get there first. Mark Horton will bring the third-gen Camaro back for the next round. Lee Hauser and Mike Gaffney next. Gaffney in the AMC. Left side, dialed 697. 727 for Lee Hauser, right side. Hauser with the better reaction time of the two. And Lee Hauser will turn on the win like 30, dead 6. Dead on the 727 with a 6 foot 36 total together. Gaffney behind on reaction time just a little bit, breaks out by 6 thousandths. Does not get there first. Lee Hauser locked him out, 36 total. Scott DeLeon and Tony Gambardella next. See if the S10 can keep the tailgate up. The Mims Florida-based hot rod dialed 604, 717 for Scott DeLeon. The Malibu, which by the way is for sale in case you're looking for a race car. He dials in 717 left side. Gambardella going wheels up in pursuit and in full control. Win light Gambardella. Gambardella 14, take 40 to go above by 12. DeLeon late and 7 off the dial-in. Math ain't nothing on that side. Tony Gambardella will bring that entry back for round 3. Bob Oxton and Ernie Renfro, a couple of Gainesville veterans as well. Oxton normally does double duty between sportsman and pro. I believe he is only running pro ET with the fast truck here this weekend. 6 flat the dial on left side for the Jeans Glass entry. 664 for Ernie Renfro. The 70.5 model Chevy Camaro small block out of Middleburg right side. reaction time, but the win light shines for Ernie Renfro. Ernie, late, under by 13 thousandths. Hoxton, 0.25, take almost 3/4 of a car length and go under by 7 thousandths more. Ernie Renfro escapes, and we'll go to the next round. Gary Thompson, right-hand side. Kevin Roberts, left-hand side. And Thompson turns on the red light, so Kevin Roberts in the Camaro will get the win. He's 0.25 green. And 14 thousandths under. Gary Thompson legs it out to go one above his 691 prediction. The Reverend Phil Green and David Zinke next. Zinke driving the stock eliminator legal Duster right-hand side, dials in 695. He'll get the big head start from Phil Green. This is his high school car, a 1968 small block powered Chevy Camaro out of Ocala, dials in 603. Phil going wheels up in pursuit with the better reaction time over Zinke. Win line. Give it to Phil Green, 39, takes 16 to be above the dial in by 3. Zinke, one off his 695 prediction, but an 077 reaction time left him short at the finish line. Could not get there, and Phil Green turns on the win light. Once again, my Super Pro class, Super Pro. Flying Brothers, trailer sales, Super Pro, lanes 1 and 2, overflow to 3 and 4, please, Super Pro. Super Pro, round 2. Winners and buybacks. Need you back, please. Flying Ride Trailer Sales, Super Pro. Need you back, please. Dan Sawyers, Steve Welsh next. Welsh getting chased in the Mopar. Dan Sawyers out in front in the Monte Carlo. Win light shines for Dan Sawyers. Better reaction time. Only 400s off the dial in Welsh. Can only go 693 on the 680. That gave Dan Sawyers plenty of room, and he'll come back for the next round of competition. Final call, Super Pro Bike. Final call, Super Pro Bike. Need you to lane number 70 paired up, please. Super Pro Bike. Super Pro Bike. I need you. If you're not there, you're about to be late. Super Pro Bike. David Gaspar and Mark Neal. And here is a double red light, and the win light going to come on for David Gaspar. Now, this is a beneficiary of True Start. If True Start was not in effect, Gaspar with the slower vehicle would have red lighted first and been eliminated. But Mark Neal, who chased him, had a worse red light, and therefore he will take the loss. In the True Start format, the better of the 2 red lights, meaning closer to green, gets the win. And in this case, it's David Gaspar by 8 thousandths of a second. Kenny Bevins and Leah Tadaro next. Tadaro, the wheel standing van, dials in 760, 602. For the Vega wagon of Kenny Bevins out of Georgia left-hand side. He'll give chase. Leah goes first. And Bevins will turn it red. Leah Tadaro will get the win. 759 on the 760 dial, and Bevins 3 above the dial. David Gaspar Jr. and Roland Corky Alford in an S10 battle on the starting line. Gaspar dialed 672. Corky dialed 694. And Corky will get the win as Gaspar turns it a little bit red. Gaspar 674 on the 672, and Corky will go 698 on the 694. Not to be confused with Junior Dragster Mom and Pairing Extraordinaire Daniel Mockney. This is Mike Mockney, left-hand side. Mike wheeling the SN95 model Mustang 618 to dial in. Keith Collins, right side. In the S10 pickup truck, 648 to dial. Better reaction time to Mockney. Mockney with the win light. The better of two reaction times that they're not going to want to show to other people, and a 10th over the dial-in left side. Collins is a 10th off his dial-in as well. Dwayne, we're all left-hand side. The Chevelle on his second entry, dialing in 596-575 for John Siegel and Jennifer Siegel's beautiful Chevy 2 Nova. Yes, that is Jennifer Siegel's car. Siegel has a little bit of work to do. The Chevelle with the better reaction time. And a double breakout. We'll get the win light. Under by 3 thousandths left side, under by 12 thousandths right side. Siegel tried to make up the difference, but could not do it. Third gen Camaro comes up next out, 646, 665 for Lee Zaremba. Zaremba dialing up a decent amount to try to make sure he gets there. This one's going to be tight at the finish line. And Zaremba will go through on the breakout and break out by just a hair more. Takes 13 and needed to get further behind right side under the 646 prediction by 13,000. Our next matchup, Rob Reynolds and D. Ligney. Reynolds in Fuzzy's time dial at 617, 652 for D in the Camaro. Reynolds, the better reaction time in the S10 pickup truck. Reynolds with the win, 006-821 to be above the dial in by 5. D off his 652 prediction by 300ths. That'll bring up your legal buy run. This is Rusty, otherwise known as James Thompson's Chevelle. He calls it Rusty. He was 0-1 on the tree in round number 1. That was the best of the bunch, so he gets the odd number single here. Into round number 3, he will carry both his entries there. 1,686 right here. Thompson, 15 green. And 682, Rusty is about 300s quick. That'll officially wrap up Pro ET, brought to us by Jeans Glass, round number 2. And we'll make the move into the two-wheelers. Once again, Super Pro brought to us by Flying Brian's Trailer Sales. Each of the lanes 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and now 6. Lanes 1 through 6. Super Pro. Round 2, Super Pro. Round 2, I will take you now. Super Pro, round 2. Super Pro, round 2, we'll take you now. Here comes your first pair in Super Pro by Joe Clemming and John Up the Grove. Up the Grove right-hand side. Dawson Street Bike in at 555. 571 for Joe Clemming in the Iowa-based motorcycle left side. One line on this one comes up for Vance Hodeshield. Vance 007 and a tenth above the dial, and his Twain misses it. Puts it 3 above his 552 prediction. Once again, Super Pro Car, your final call, Super Pro Car. Super Pro Car, your final call. Need you to lanes 1 through 6, please, Super Pro Car. Super Pro Car will take you to lanes 1 through 6, please. Next matchup, Jeff Tisdale and Ricardo Marte. Marte right-hand side now, 551, 558 for Jeff Tisdale. Almost a heads-up matchup, just 700 separate the two on dial-ins, and Jeff Tisdale gets the chance to go first. Tisdale will get the win as Ricardo turns it red. Tisdale 20 green. And 2 above the 558 prediction. Ricardo misses it badly in red lights and puts it almost 2 tenths above his 551 prediction. Tisdale to the next round. Marquee matchup right here, Kevin Cadby and Dwayne Schmidt Jr. Couple of very good motorcycle riders. Cadby a little bit more riding time on his side of the field. Has raced and won pretty much just about everywhere in the state of Florida. Dials 513 left side, 584 for Dwayne Schmidt Jr. out of Central Florida. The 584 dial on right-hand side, he gets to go first. Kennedy will turn an 18 dial red, Schmidt 006 green. And 6 above the dial, and Cadby takes his foot out of it earlier. Actually, I should say twist the handlebar back early to go 2 tenths above. Roy Hagedorn and Roy Johnson. This one is all Roy Hagedorn left-hand side. And Hag will get it done. 006 and 1400s over the dial, and Roy Johnson 6 over the dial. Big hole shot victory for Roy Hagedorn, and Hagedorn will bring his bike back for round number 3. Samuel Parrish and Larry Berger come up next. Berger's right-hand side. He's out of Jacksonville, Florida, 663 the dial. He'll get the head start from Samuel Parrish. Parrish is out of Green Cove Springs. It's about an hour and some minutes east of here. 542 is his dial-in. Six now separate the two. Advantage Parrish. Win light Parrish. 551 on a 542. 9 over the dial, and Berger is over 2 tenths off the dial. Scott DeLong getting the victory on that one. 003 and dead on the 492 with a 3-6 pack total. Hiro Moya 30 on the tree and had no chance. Pablo Gonzalez with the better reaction time, and he'll get the win on this one. 560 on the 553 as Fireball Jeremy Davis has some issues, and he will coast through to a 672 on the 563 dial-in. Mike Lekowski and Hiro Moya on his second entry. Moya about 541, 524 for Mike Lekowski left side. And Lekowski will get the win on this one. 529 on the 524 as Moya has problems.
That takes care of that. So,
Reliability to drive thousands of miles. Confidence for those who fly high. Redline oil products give you the power to crush the competition. And a track record of being the best. Redline oil products. You push it to the limit, we'll protect it.
Ready to take your engine to the next level?
Good matchup to get things started here. Wyatt Big Papa Palmatier, a.k.a. Ben Stoll on left side. 433 dialing 560 for Paul Remus, the former division champion in the Nova right side. Big Papa is in big trouble. Paul Remus knocking him down. 14 dead, 5, 19 total for Paul Remus. Big Papa a little bit late. Must have been like massaging his beard and goes 4 above the dial it. Next pair, Bubba Browning and Cole Exum. Cole, right-hand side, dialing in at 723, 612 for Bubba Browning in the show quality worthy Chevy 2 Nova. He's already got the win line as Cole turns it red. Bubba, 17 green, 610 on the 612, 15 thousandths under the dial-in. Once again, Super Pro, Super Pro, Super Pro. If you're not in the lanes, I need you now, please. Super Pro. Need you now, please. Super Pro. Need you now. Right side turns at 15 now. Randy Dobson will get the automatic win. 639 on the 637 for the Monza. Dragster rolls it through to go 3 above the dial in after the 15,000th red light. Greg Snyder and Joe DeVee. DeVee, the engine builder, in the dragster now 471, and he'll turn on the red light by 14,000, so Snyder gets the win. The 648 and the 640 straight right hand side. Joe DeVee. See him back on his second entry here shortly. Pair of dragsters come up next. Lou Hawthorne, left-hand side. Driver not on file, right-hand side. I'm not sure who it is. Dialed in 468, 432 for Lou. Got that thing spiced up a good amount. All right, we're going to put everything on hold here for just a minute. John Dwayne getting the win in that previous pair. Here comes our next shot. John Connick left side, Brandon Williams right side in the Turnberg. 6:58 to Island right side, 7:06 left hand side. John Connick in the Vega with the better reaction time. Win light will shine for Brandon Williams. Gets around the whole shot. 0:35, take 3 to go 10 on the 6:58 with a 1. Squeaks by as Connick is 13, 2 above 6. 39 total left side, 36 total right hand side. Brandon Williams will come back for round number 3. That'll bring up Kevin Powers and Nate Hamilton next. Hamilton left hand side, Dallas Printer at 5:54. He'll get the head start by a little over 1 light bulb on the Christmas tree from Kevin Powers. Powers in the St. Mary, Florida-based dragster, 496 the dial. Separated advantage, Hamilton, win light, give it to Nate. 003, take 7 to be 2 above the dial and 28 total. Powers had a chance, 12, 2 above 3. 35 total brings him up 7 thou short, and he might have given it back based on the speed. Nate Hamilton, 28 total, goes to round number 3. Junior Bunner and Jock Linsonby come up next. Linsonby left-hand side in the Panama City Beach-based S10 pickup truck, 712 dialing. He gets almost 1 full Christmas tree, 1.40 seconds head start for Junior Bunner. Third-gen Camaro right-hand side dialing in 572. Separates the two. Advantage Jock, win light. Give it to Jock. 002, 1 above, 820 back for Jock Linsonby. Junior Bunner, 12, take 13 to be under by 5. Need to take 8 or less on the difference of the breakout and the difference of the dial in. Jock Linsonby, 20 total, goes to round number 3. Scott Motter and Austin Logan come up next. Logan left-hand side, the wheel standing third-gen Camaro. Dials in 577, 447. For Scott Motter, the Callahan, Florida-based dragster. Logan getting the big head start, 1.3 seconds a handicap in the door car. And then Scott Motter will give chase in the pipe rack. Logan on his way. Motter has problems. Logan will turn on the win light. Motter's car sounded like he might have gone to the deck and found nothing. Logan, 25, above the dial in by 9, catches it in time. Mike Bonacci and Gene Spaziani. Spaziani in the Street Roadster right-hand side, 609 dialing. Bonacci dialing 5, flat in the dragster. And Bonacci will get the automatic win as Gene turns it 8 thou red. Bonacci 18, 3 above the 5 flat prediction. Dustin Daniel and Jimmy Montgomery. Daniel right-hand side in the truck. Dialed in 664. Jimmy Montgomery, and Montgomery in full control here. Win light, Jimmy Montgomery. Dustin Daniel might have put the dial in or something in his delay box wrong as his reaction time started with a 6, and Jimmy Montgomery, 15 on the tree, gets the job done, and he'll take the dragster to the next round. Tom Bordier and Brendan George come up next. George left-hand side, driving the gray Mustang. Little small tire car dials in 611. Bordier on the dragster dials in 435. George, 001 and 3 above the dial, and Don legs it out to go 436 at 157 miles an hour and never got there. Brendan George will pick up the win on that one. Jordan Gibson and Mark Daniels come up next. Daniels right-hand side out of Jacksonville, Florida. Dials in 494. Jordan Gibson left-hand side. Recently married to Scotty Gibson. 444s, 444. The dial in on the family dragster left side. Better is Mark Daniel right side, and Daniel will get the win. 497 to the 494, taking 6 thousandths. Gibson, one above the 444 prediction, but an 053 tree left Jordan 6 thou short at the finish line. Mark Daniel will go to the next round. James Kelly Hicks right-hand side, and Lou Galley. Galley, a longtime Gainesville racer. This is his newest ride that he picked up a couple of years ago. This is a C3 Corvette, dials in 552. He'll get the head start by almost 1 full second from James Kelly Hicks, a multi-time track champion on the right-hand side. Dials in the dragster at 454. Double O's, a pair of them. Galley has problems, and James Kelly Hicks will get the win. 007 on a 482 on the 454. Lou was 002 and had some issues and will coast to a 10-second time slip. Flying Brian Jones and Tommy Campbell. Campbell in the third chain, Camaro on the right-hand side, down in 635. He'll get the big head start by almost 2 full seconds from Flying Brian Jones, the man behind FB Trailer Sales out of Orange Park, Florida. Down in 441. separates the mid-reaction time flying Brian, but the win line will come on for Tommy Campbell. Campbell, 15, down the 635 with a 0. 15 total. Brian Jones, 10 on the tree, 10 on with a 6, 16 total. Margin of victory, 15 ten-thousandths of a second. A 15 pack to a 16 pack. Win light, Tommy Campbell. Glenn Newmans and Mike Matrison come up next as we go back to a pair of door cars. Newman's left-hand side, the Monza dialing in 557, 647. 9/10 of a second slower is Mike Matrison in that Chevy 2 Nova on the right-hand side. He'll get to go first. And Newmans will get the automatic win with a 009 as Mike Matrison turns it red. Newmans puts 10 total together. 009, 557 with a 1 on the 557. Matrison legs it out and goes 648. 1 over his 647 prediction. Reaction time, Ricky Whiting right side, but the left side will score the victory on this one. 29, 5 above the dial in. Whiting can only go 7 above the dial in. Margin of victory, 0.005 of a second, and Ricky Whiting might have given that one back. Our next pair of drivers is Jerry Miguel and Trey Bunner. James Bunner III, right-hand side, dials in 476, 542 for Jerry Miguel. Separates this pair. Advantage Bunner, win light. Give it to Trey Bunner. Bunner on the double breakout. 475 with an 8 on the 476. 2,000ths under McGill. 539 with a 3 on the 542. 27,000ths under. 25,000ths margin of victory goes to Trey Bunner. Mark Young getting the win there over Bruce Root. Then I'll bring up your next pair. Bobby Trinnell. And the senior high house. 576 the dial in on the Camaro left-hand side. Bobby Trinnell right side. The Street Roadster dialed in 525. High House with the better reaction time left side. High House with the win. 10, 1 above, 828 total. For High House, Bobby Trinnell 33 dead, 5. It comes up 10,000 short. High House to the next round. Next pair, Unknown Big Panther, Cuda left-hand side, dialing in 722, 644. For Chad Kennedy on the right-hand side, the Mazda B2000 pickup truck. Seventh out, separates some advantage. Cuda left side, win light. Comes on for Chad Kennedy, the double breakout. 31, get behind 65 to be under by 1, left side. 24, take 65 to be under by almost 700ths. Matching those 16 reaction times between Troy Volkner and Billy Dunn, and the win light will turn on for Volkner in the S10. 16, take 16 to go 686 with a 4 on the 685, and I used all my 6s. Billy Dunn, 3 above his 471 prediction. Brings him up just short at the finish line by about, a foot or 2. Sherby Powell and Paul Allen, and Allen will turn on the red light. Sherby Powell getting the automatic win on this one. 664 on the 666 dial-in. Next pair up, Keith Collins and Bart Treadwell. Treadwell right-hand side, dials in 552, 555 left side. They leave almost together, and the reaction times are the same. Win like Keith Collins. 557 on the 555, 200s above. Bart Treadwell, 557 on the 552. That's 500s above. Difference in finish line, 33 thousandths, and Keith Collins turns on the scoreboard first. I bring up the dragster versus door car battle. Nick Brown versus Devon Kellogg. Kellogg left-hand side. Dials the dragster in at 508, 596 for Nick Brown. The Orange Park, Florida-based Camaro. He'll get to go first. Kellogg will give chase. Once again, I need Pro Bike round number 2 to lane 7, please. Pro Bike round number 2. Need you to lane number 7, please. Pro Bike round number 2. Need you to lane number 7, please. Brown will turn on the red light by 18 thousandths, so Kellogg will get the win here. 506 with a 9 on the 508, under by 11 thousandths. Brown is 11 thousandths over the 596 prediction after he turned it red. David Harris and Miss Savannah Highhouse come up next. Savannah making the transition from the junior dragsters over to the big cars late last year. Dials in the Middleburg, Florida-based dragster at 475. She'll give 1,100 head start to David Harris. Harris right-hand side dialing in 486. $14,000 separates him. Advantage Harris. Win line will turn on for Savannah Highhouse. David Harris 007, take 57 to be under the 486 prediction by almost 300s. Needed to take 28 or less. Savannah 21, one above the 475 prediction. And Savannah will go to round number 3. Next matchup, Jim Barbera left side. The 66 Chevy 2 Nova, $645 down, $515 for the dragster right side. $3,000 separate the two. Advantage door car win light. Door car. 648 on the 645. 300s above the dial, and dragster breaks out by 400s. Tony Morris and April Prince next. Prince right side down 628 in the truck, 443 for Tony Morris, the TMC. Tony Morris carburetor man. Morris with the reaction time advantage. Morris with the win. 446 on the 443, taking 4 thousandths of strike. Prince 53 dead on the 628 prediction with a 5. But Tony Morris with better reaction time, and he'll take a narrow margin of victory at that top end. That'll bring up Michelle Linsonby. We saw Jock Linsonby just a little while ago in the S10 pickup truck. Now Michelle Linsonby. 454, the dial in on the dragster will give exactly 1 second of handicap. 2 light bulbs on the Christmas tree to Brian Radley. Radley, a multi-time track champion, a very well-decorated racer. Out of Bellevue, Florida, right-hand side. Driving the 5th gen Camaro, 654 the dial. Radley, 21 thousandths better on the reaction time. But a double breakout will find the win line coming on for Linsonby. Linsonby, 28, get there second to break out by 15 thousandths. Brian Radley, 007, take 24 and breaks out by 18 thousandths. Need to take 21 or less, the difference in the reaction time. And Brian Radley falls. Michelle Linsonby gets the win. That'll bring up Vinny Badano Jr. and Norm Williams next. Norm, a very decorated top sportsman racer, behind the wheel of his third-generation Chevy Nova Dial 555, 641 for Vinny Badano's Mustang. He's on the right-hand side, and he gets to go first. Once again, Pro Bike, round number 2, need you back to lane 7, please. Pro Bike, need you back for round 2, lane 7, please. Pro Bike. And Badano will get the win as Norm Williams has problems. Next here, Grayson right, Steve Collins. Grayson left-hand side, the dragster dial in 495. Swing just about one light bulb, 4800ths of a second to Steve Collins, the Largo, Florida-based little roadster. 543, the dial right side, gets to go first. One light comes on for Collins. 7,000's better on the reaction time. 5 over the dial in. Grayson right, 5 over the dial in. Little dragster versus door car action next. John Rollins and James Hicks Jr. Hicks out of Elkton, Florida, 461 the dial in on the dragster. Right side will swing the head start to John Rollins, the small tire 72 Nova. Out of High Springs, Florida, 595 is his dial-in. Rollins moves first, has the reaction time advantage, and will get the double breakout win on this one. Rollins, 9, take 3 to be 100th under. Hicks, 23, get there second and break out by 21 thousandths. Rollins, 11 thousandths margin of victory, turns on the win light. They'll bring up Maverick Palmetier and Joe Pinkston. Pinkston, the Chevy Malibu right side out of Williston, 696 dial-in, 6 flat. For Maverick Palmetier, left-hand side, the S10 pickup truck. And Nixon will turn it red, so Maverick Palmetier will get the win marker here. 592 on the 6 flat as Pinkston legs it out to go 688 on the 696. Donnie Hutto and Gary Vasquez come up next. Vasquez left-hand side, dialed 470 on the dragster. Donnie Hutto in the Mercury Comet dialing in 716, 2.46 seconds of handicap. That's a lot of space for Donnie Hutto to lead first. And then Gary Vasquez will try to chase him down. Now separates him. Advantage dragster when light comes on for Donnie Hutto. Hutto 26, take 18 to be dead on the 716 with a 1. 27 total. Vasquez had 13 down to get there and gets behind, going 473 on the 470 on the brakes. Probably figured he couldn't get there and dropped, and Donnie Hutto puts up a 27 back and will get the win light to move to round number 3. Daryl Carter and Kara Joe Bondman come up next. Bondman driving the dragster right side, 455 dialing, 573 for Daryl Carter in the Vega left side. Red light for Carter, so Bondman gets the win. 457 on the 455 with a no 26 tree. Carter turns it red and links it through to go 3 above his 576 prediction, or 473 prediction goes 576. Jeff Gatlin and Mike Young next. Young, Akuda on the right side down in 648, 611 for Jeff Gatlin. And Tom East Mustang. Gatlin got control here. Stretches out the throttle cable and goes 3 above the dial to get the win light. Young late, breaks out, and still doesn't get there first. That's the Alan Reinhardt trifecta. Jeff Gatlin gets the win. Jenny Yarnall and Corky Alford. Yarnall better reaction time left side. Yarnall with the win, 26, 2 above the 635 prediction. Corky a little bit late, breaks it out by 7 thousandths. Here's a good matchup, Tony Gambardella and Michael Carpenter. We'll see if Carpenter has it set up in tailgate down mode off the starting line. 6:04. For the Race of Champs winner in the S10 pickup truck, Carpenter dials in Nanner at 477 left side. Both of these drivers are former NHRA Division champions. Matching up right here in round number 2. Tailgate stayed up. 5 now separates them, and one of them is 005. Win like Carpenter. Gambardella, 000, perfect. Crosses first and breaks out by almost 0.05 of a second. Carpenter, 005 and 2 above the dial in. Winlight shines for Michael Carpenter. Robert Treadwell and and Dave Hicks come up next in an all dragster battle. Treadwell left side dials in 458, 490 for Dave Hicks. Attention in the bits, attention in the bits. Once again, I need Pro Bike. Pro Bike. Looks like most of you are there. Final call, Pro Bike. Pro Bike, if you are not in the lanes, I need you now, please. Pro Bike. Pro Bike, I need you to the lanes, please. I will also take Junior Street, Allen Speed Machine, Junior Street. We'll take it to lanes 1 and 2, Junior Street. Lanes 1 and 2, Junior Street. Lanes 1 and 2, please. Better reaction time here goes to Treadwell by 7 thousandths, but the win line will shine for Hicks. Hicks, 12, take 2. To be 2 above the dial in Treadwell, 4 above the dial in. Couldn't make up the difference on a 005 to 12 tree, and Hicks gets the win. Haley Wright and Paul Rivas. Rivas back on his second entry. Got the first one through. The small block Nova dialed 560. Haley Wright left side. The dragster dialed 509. Rivas will get one light bulb head start here. And a little bit of a staging battle going on here, as both of them sitting thinking about it. Rivas is sometimes known to be a guy who likes to go in last, and both of them continue to sit there and think about it. Neither one of them making a move to stage first. Now, there is no rule in drag racing that says you have to stage first here, and there is no counter, but if the starter goes up and points you in, he can time you out, and Rivas will slide in first. 5 thou separates them. Both of them brought their game. Who has the finish line figured out? He'll go to Haley Wright. Haley, 022, get their second to go above the dial in by 2. Rivas, 17, take 40. To be under the dial in by 9, needed to take 31 or less. Win line comes on for Haley Wright, and Paul Rivas is down to 1 entry for round number 3. Victor Adams and Dwayne Schmidt Jr. As we get a couple of two-wheelers up here, Victor Adams left side, a veteran Gainesville racer. Smaller Cloud, third generation Pontiac dialed 663, 593 for Dwayne Schmidt Jr. on the two-wheeler right-hand side. Better reaction time here goes to Dwayne Schmidt Jr. on the motorcycle. Win line will come on for Victor Adams on a double breakout. Schmidt, 18, take 58 to be under the 593 prediction by 500ths. Adams, 40, and under the 663 dial in by 15 thousandths. Win light shines for Victor Adams. Samuel Parrish and Alden Rollins next. John Rollins' son, following in father's footsteps in the Chevy Beretta left side. 571 the dial in, 543 the dial in for Samuel Parrish. Wheeling the two-wheeler right-hand side. He'll give chase. Alden gets to go first. Seventh thou separates these two. Advantage Parrish. Win line will come on for Alden Rollins. Rollins 25, take enough to be above the dial in by 3. Parrish 18, but can only go 32 hundredths above his 543 prediction. Gave Rollins plenty of room to get there first. That'll bring up Buddy Goolsby next. The zip-tied Chevy 2 pickup truck. The S10 pickup truck left side out of High Spring. 638 dial in, 468 the dial in For the dragster on the right-hand side, driver is not on file. It's a second entry. More than likely, we don't have it in the system quite yet. And Goolsby will get to go first here by 1.7 seconds of handicap. Separates them, and one of them is 43. And the 43 reaction time will get the win. Goolsby 43 dead on the 638 Island with a 6. Right side 003 and can't get there. All right, everybody, we are on hold for just a minute. Everybody, please stay where you are. Do not go down the drag strip. Just please let the safety personnel do their job. Everybody, please stay where you are. All right, folks, so this will take us just a little bit of time to get figured out as the vehicle is not going to roll, so we're going to have to take some dollies down there. The good news that I just got, thankfully, driver is out of the car and okay. Ladies and gentlemen, safety equipment doing its job. Driver is out of the car and okay. That is what we needed to know.
reliability to drive thousands of miles, confidence for those who fly high. Redline oil products give you the power to crush the competition and a track record of being the best. Redline oil products. You push it to the limit, we'll protect it.
Ready to take your engine to the next level? Scorpion Racing Products delivers precision-engineered, high-performance rocker arms that dominate the track. 100% CNC machined in the USA with aerospace-grade aluminum for unmatched strength and durability. Our rocker arms handle extreme conditions with multiple ratios available to fit your needs. Backed by our exclusive lifetime warranty. When performance matters, choose Scorpion Racing Products. Proven, reliable, unstoppable.
With more than 30 years of engine and drivetrain experience, Big Stuff is your one-stop total power management solution. Whether you're controlling a 600 horsepower street car and want the best drivability, or have a 6,000 horsepower race car, need the most foolproof, reliable control hardware, Big Stuff can do it all. All of our components are designed and manufactured right here in the USA, including our computers, wiring harnesses, touchscreen displays, and more. Nothing is built offshore, and we take pride in being one of the only automotive aftermarket manufacturers that can say this. Learn more at BigStuff3EFI.com or connect with us on Facebook and Instagram for more information.
ladies and gentlemen, back at it after some time to get everything patched up. And once again, we thank everybody for your patience. Here we go. Kurt Banks and Dave Demarest. Banks left-hand side, former track champ, coming back after a little bit of time away for family. Driving a car that he revels in Super Comp, out at 489, 469 for Dave Demarest, right side. Bowling off the start line, and Kurt Banks with the better reaction time. Wind light will shine for Demarest as Banks continues to have problems. Slowed by almost 0.4 of a second first shot. Demarest gets the win, 469 on a 469 with a 0. Right down that right-hand lane. Banks was 0.15 on the tree, but could not turn on the wind light. That brings up your next pair. Ken Grant and James Kelly Hicks. Couple of 450 dragsters lining up here against each other in round number 2 at the Scorpion Racing Products ET Bracket Series race number 1. Kenny Grant at a tie, Georgia left side. The blower dragster dials in 453, 454, 100th of a second slower for James Kelly Hicks, right-hand side, a multi-time track champ. He has 4 of them to his credit here at Gainesville Raceway. The construction man will get to go first, and the snap-on dealer, Ken Grant, will give chase. Trouble. Hicks will catch it in time and go 5 above the dial-in. Ken had something happen right at the head. Not sure if it shattered the tires or what. It stayed right in the middle of the racetrack, but something did not work well with that hot rod, and he will coast to a 16-second time slip. Trent Horton and Kevin Powers, our third pair back here. Powers right-hand side, the dragster dials in 498, 611 for Trent Horton, wheeling the third gen Camaro out of Callahan, Florida. He will go first. Wheels up for the Camaro. Here comes the dragster. Horton with 500s better on the reaction time. And Horton will turn on the wind light. 613 on the 611 with an 11 tree. Powers late, breaks out by 12 thousandths and does not get there first. Trent Horton picks up the W. That'll bring up Miss Danielle Mockney. Left-hand side, the Mike Mockney Special out of Venice, Florida, and Mockney Racing Operation. Small block Chevy-powered Mustang dial in 609. We'll give the head start right-hand side to Dan Dobson. Dobson wheeling the Monza. Based here in Gainesville, 639 is the dial-in on the strange side. He gets to go first by 0.3 of a second. Wheels up on Danielle's car. She's got some work to do to catch Dobson, but will turn on the win light. Danielle Mockney, 59, stops to put it 2 above the dial in. Dobson, 24, gets fed 60 to break out 1,000th of a second. Took 16 to take 59 or less, and Danielle Mockney gets away with one there. That'll bring up Pablo Gonzalez on the two-wheeler and Roy Hagedorn, the multi-time world champion on the two-wheeler, doing a great job behind the wheel of Danielle Mockney's four-eyed Mustang for the last year or so. Got down to the later rounds of the mini-million here in November at Gainesville. Dials at 623, 536 for Pablo Gonzalez on the two-wheeler on the strange side. He'll give chase, and Roy Hagedorn goes first. Couple of motorcycle riders, one behind the wheel of a Mustang, the other one on the two-wheeler. Roy Hagedorn with the better reaction time, left-hand side by 200ths, win light. Give it to Hagedorn. Hagedorn, 14, take enough to go 1 above the diamond with a 4, puts 28 total together. Pablo, 37, mathematically locked out on the Christmas tree and has no chance to get a W. Roy Hagedorn comes back for round 3. That brings up the Bubba Browning Special, a show quality-worthy Chevy 2 Nova left-hand side. CD Racing Operation dials in 610. He'll get the head start from Kenny Bevins. Bevins in the bad news, travels fast, Vega wagon. This thing's been around for quite a while. Dials in 599. Bevins, 17 now better on the reaction time. And he'll get the W as both drivers 1 above the dial. It's Bevins, 6 flat on the 599 with a 0. Bubba Browning, 611 on the 610 with a 1. 17 thousandths difference on the starting line, 18 thousandths difference at the finish line. Bevins uses the whole shot to turn on the win light. Here comes your next pair, Joe DeVede and Michelle Linsonby. Michelle wheeling the Michelle and Jock Linsonby S10 pickup truck. Dials in 711, 470. For the engine builder, Joe DeVede out of Seminole, Florida, left-hand side. Smokin' Joe gives chase. Michelle Linsonby goes first. Just 4th thou separates them. Advantage DeVede. Win light. Turns on for Smokin' Joe. 18. Get behind 44 to go 9 thou under. Michelle 22 and breaks out by 57 thousandths. On the double breakout, Michelle needed to drop the anchor and get further behind, and instead she stayed in front. And Joe DeVede brings that entry back for round 3. Here comes your multi-time track champion, Flying Brian Jones, the FB trailer salesman out of Orange Park, Florida, right-hand side, dials 440. In his dragster, he'll give the head start to Glenn Newmans. Newmans. In his most recent acquisition, the Monza left-hand side, dialed 556. Glenn has driven several different hot rods and done a great job with all of them. Picked up this Monza, I want to say about 2 years ago, and has done a great job with it so far and turned on a lot of wind lights. It is a very consistent hot rod. He'll get to go first by 1.16 seconds. A handicap, a little over 2 light bulbs. 15 thou separates him. Advantage Jones, Winlight, Newmans. Flying Brian has problems at the 60 foot and lifts after being 009 on the tree, and Newmans gets the win. 558 on the 556. Here comes our next pair, Kurt Carlson and Cameron Fredrickson. Carlson, right-hand side, the St. Augustine, Florida-based dragster, dials in 503. He'll give the head start to Cameron Fredrickson. The Heat and AC man out of Southwest Florida, wheeling Jennifer Siegels. 67 Chevy 2 Nova, 568 the dial-in on the beautiful, show-quality, worthy ride, left side. Cameron's in complete control here. Winlight Cameron Fredrickson, 22, 4 over the dial, and Carl Carson misses it, puts it 2400ths over. Based on the 60 foot, would guess he left it in high gear. Here's a tough matchup right here. Mark Horton and Brendan George. Horton, right-hand side, a former Summit ET National champion. 460 to dial in on the pipe rack. He'll give one full Christmas tree head start, 1.51 seconds a handicap to Brendan George, a two-time divisional champ and a $40,000 Mini Millions winner. In Big Juicy, the Mustang 611 is the dial. Brendan George, 17th out better on the reaction time. Winlight Brendan George, 28, get behind 9 to go 1 above the dial with a 4. Horton tried to thread the needle, was a little bit late on the tree, breaks it out by 12, taking 9, had no room to get there, and Brendan George locks him out, and he'll take the Mustang to the next round. This is your legal buy run, Paul Farrar, the Jacksonville, Florida-based GTO. 645 is the dial-in. He was tripped at perfect in round number 1. He is 008 here on the tune-up shot. And down the dial-in with a 5. 13 total on the buy run. All shows that he was ready to go even if he didn't have an opponent. And that'll move us into Pro Bike round number 2. Wrap up round number 2 of Flying Brian's Trailer Sales Super Pro. Attention in the pits. Attention in the pits. I will take Sportsman round 2. Lakeland Cadillac Sportsman. Round 2 to lanes 5 and 6, please, Sportsman. Round number 2, take lanes 5 and 6, Sportsman. Round number 2, lanes 5 and 6, wait and see buy run car number 2968. First pair, Bennett and Scott DeLong. Bennett turns on the red light, so Scott DeLong will get the win here. DeLong, 42, and then on the 574 with a 5, left side. Red, and about a quarter of a second above the dial-in prediction. Tom Moats and Dwayne Leachman. Moats turns it red, Leachman double 0-1. And one above 1, 12 total off the bottom for Dwayne Leachman. Will turn on his scoreboard. Moats, red, and 1200's off the dial-in. Joe Clemmy and Chuck Wooten get on it next. Wooten right-hand side, dialed 627, 570 for Joe Clemmy, left-hand side. Wooten with the better reaction time, and Wooten with the win. 002, take 78 to be 2 above the dial-in, left side, 6 over the dial-in. Vance Hodeshield and Roy Johnson next. Johnson left side dialed 7 flat. 754 right side for Vance Hodeshield. Vance Light goes first and has the better reaction time right side. But the win light will come on for Roy Johnson. Johnson, 48, take a foul. To go 4 above the dial-in, Vance, 7 over the dial-in. Had the better reaction time but could not run the number, and Roy Johnson gets the win. Once again, I need Sportsman, lanes 5 and 6. Sportsman, lanes 5 and 6, please. Lakeland Cadillac Sportsman, lanes 5 and 6, please. Reginald Harper and John Upthegrove come up next. Upthegrove, right-hand side, 544 dial-in, 560. The dial-in for Reginald Harper, left side. He'll go first, and John Upthegrove will give chase. Once again, Sportsman, need you to lanes 5 and 6, please. Sportsman, lanes 5 and 6, please. Sportsman, lanes 5 and 6, please. Sportsman, round 2, 5 and 6, please. And a red light for Reginald Harper. John Upthegrove gets the automatic win. And he'll go 549 on the 544 dial and 602 on the 560 for Harper after having problems off the starting line. Next figure up here, Mike Lekowski, left-hand side. Dial's 524, 6 flat. The dial on the right-hand side. And right side will turn on the red light, so Mike Lekowski gets the automatic win. 532 dialing left-hand side. 665 dialing right-hand side. Larry Berger with the better reaction time right-hand side. Can he hang on? No, left-hand side will get around him by a little bit. 536 on the 532. 4 above the dial-in. Berger slows to 1700s off the dial-in. I'm going to bring up our Allen Speed Machine Junior Street class. So Caden Holloway and Tanner Mockney will get us started. Mockney right-hand side dials 1015, 1088 left side for the dually with Caden Holloway behind the wheel. Both of them rolling deep. Tanner Mockney right-hand side, Caden Holloway left-hand side. Both of them on the brakes, and the wind light will come on for Tanner Mockney. 024 on the tree and 2 above the dial-in. Caden Holloway breaks out by 900ths. Hayden DeLeon and Briella Browning come up next. Browning right side, and the edge dials in 1090, 999 for Hayden DeLeon, left-hand side. Browning with the better reaction time, but breaks out by 6,000. So DeLeon will get the win. 1024 on the 999. Barella breaks out by just a smidge. Here's your legal Byron. This is Chelsea Dwayne, daughter of John Dwayne, dialing in 10 flat in the Camaro. Attention in the pits, attention in the pits. I need junior dragsters, age group 6 to 9 to lane number 8. Juniors, age group 6 to 9 to lane 8. Juniors, age group 10 to 12 to lane 2, and juniors, age group 13 to 17. To lane number 1. Juniors, need you back, please. Juniors, need you back. Final call for Sportsman. Final call, Lakeland Cadillac. Sportsman, you should be in the lane. Sportsman, need you now. First pair on their way down the racetrack. Bart Payne Gillinan and Dawson Bass. 7th out, separate them. Advantage Payne Gilligan, but the win line comes on for Dawson Bass. Bass dead on the 708 with a 6. 13 tree, 19 total. Bart 6 on the tree, 1 above, 7. 23 total. Brings him up 4,000 short. Win line, Dawson Bass. Once again, junior dragsters in age group 6 to 9 to lane number 8. Juniors age group 10 to 12, lane 2. And juniors age group 13 to 17, lane number 1. Dan Sawyers gets the win on this one. Right-hand side turns it red. Dan breaks it out just a little bit, 739 on the 741. Here comes your next pair, Steven Strickland, left-hand side, dialing 747 in the Camaro. Chevy 2 Nova dialing in 7 flat. Once again, junior dragsters, I need you now. Junior dragsters, need you now, please. And Strickland will turn at 30 red, so right-hand side will get the win. Breaks it out, going 687 on the 7 flat. Doug Poskovich and Chris Courtney next. Courtney left side dialed 7 flat in the Trans Am, 762 for Poskovich. Wheel in the Classic Ford, right-hand side. He gets to go first. Both of them keep it green. Who's got the finish line figured out? Chris Courtney will take the win. Doug Poskovich gets there first by 52 thousandths, breaks out by 7. Needed to take 45 or less. Chris Courtney gets the win, 702 on the 7 flat dialing. Then we got Kevin Roberts and Mitchell Gunner. Gunner right inside the start, Florida-based Charger dials in 863. He'll get the head start from Kevin Roberts. In a real deal Hunter Orange 69 Super Sport Camaro, dialed 769 left side. Gunner on the right side, Roberts on the left side. Advantage goes to Gunner. Win light will come on for Roberts. Roberts, 80. Get there first by 16 thousandths to go dead on the dial. And Mitchell Gunner, 007, hits the brakes and lets Roberts get around him to go 9 over the dial in. Win light, Kevin Roberts. That'll bring up Tom Courtney. We just saw Chris Courtney, now Father Tom, trying to join him for round number 3. 712 the dial in on the Trans Am left side. Jay Dickinson, the Georgia racer. Right-hand side, dialing in 10:04. He'll get the big head start. And Dickinson will turn it red, so Tom Courtney will get the win, and he'll come on back for round 3. Looking for 712 and goes 712 with a 0. Matches the dial in perfectly. Once again, junior dragsters, I need you now, please. Juniors, age group 6 to 9, need you to lane number 8. Juniors, age group 6 to 9, need you to lane number 8. Juniors, age group 10 to 12, need you to lane number 2. Juniors, age group 13 to 17, need you to lane number 1, please. Next winner, Jacob Richards, left-hand side, dialing in 767, 803 for the GTO right side. And the GTO will get the win as Richards turns at 10 thousandths red. 806 on the 803 dial-in. Michael Martin, left-hand side, dialed 821 on our next pair. Allison Reynolds, 725 on the Malibu right side. Reynolds giving chase, Martin out in front. And Allison will get the win on this one. Allison better on the tree. A little over a tenth off the dial, and Martin breaks out by 0.05 of a second. Chad King and Jen Robarts come up next in the battle of S10 pickup trucks. King left side down 764, 756 for Jen Robarts. Jen giving chase, Chad out in front left-hand side, and Chad King will turn on the wind light. Robarts a little behind on the tree and further off the dial-in. So Chad King will come for the next round. Here's the marquee matchup right here, Chris Parisi and Jason Rollins. Both of them former multi-time track champions. Rollins left side, the High Springs, Florida-based 1995 model Pontiac Firebird, dials in 721, 754 for Chris Parisi and the Jacksonville, Florida-based Mustang. Both of them away on green. Rollins left side, Parisi right-hand side advantage. Rollins, win light, Rollins. 43, dead, 1. 44 total. Parisi gets there first and breaks out by 0.06 of a second. Rollins locked him out on reaction time, and Rollins will take 2 entries to round number 3. That brings up your final pair and the legal Byron, Dallas Berger. The 4-door out of Georgia left-hand side. He dials that in at 741. He'll give that start to Monica Roberts. Roberts, a former track champ out of Ocala, Florida, wheeling the LT1 powered Camaro, dials in 789. She gets to go first by almost 1 light bulb on the Christmas tree, and Dallas Berger will give chase. Berger with the better reaction time. Berger with the win. 751 on the 741. Monica is 0.05 over the dial-in. First turn out, right lane will turn on the win light 1209 on the 1199. Next pair, Blakely Newman's left-hand side, 1207 the dial, and we'll get the head start from Trenton Tyndall. Tyndall dials 1190 on the right-hand side of the racetrack. Better reaction time goes to Tyndall. Tyndall will turn on the win line on a double breakout, 1179 on the 1190, under by 1100s. Left side under by a little bit more. So Trenton Tyndall will get the W here. All right, attention in the pits, Pro ET, Jeans class, Pro ET. You need you back to lanes 3 and 4, overflow to 5 and 6, please. Jeans class, Pro ET. Pro ET, need you back to lanes 3 and 4, overflow to 5 and 6, please. Pro ET, need you back. Previous was an opponent broke single. This is your competition by run Holdaway. 12:03 on the 1190. That'll wrap up the 6 to 9-year-old group. We'll move us into the 10 to 12 group. First round, the 10 to 12-year-old group, 906 come up, dial in left side, 890, dial in for Ryder Kellogg on the right-hand side. Once again, Pro ET, round number 3, Pro ET. Need you to lanes 3 and 4, please, Pro ET. Pro ET, brought to us by Jeans Glass. Need you to lanes 3 and 4, please, Pro ET. Pro ET, need you now. Left side turns it a little bit red, so Ryder Kellogg gets the automatic win, looking for 890. Then I'll go 895. Next pair, 891 dials, a pair of them. Whole side victory for the right-hand side. 893 on the 891, 2 above the dial-in left side. Matches the 891 dial-in, but was about 500 behind on reaction time for a 26,000 win strike. Mila Fagorka gets the win and comes back for round number 3. Peyton Duffett and Jason Motter next. Motter right side dials 9 flat. Duffett also with a 9 flat dial on Lucas Oil side. Once again, Pro ET. Jeans Glass, Pro ET. Need your lanes 3 and 4, please. Pro ET. Lanes 3 and 4, Pro ET. Lanes 3 and 4. Battery action time goes to Peyton Duff at left-hand side. Win light will come on for Duffett. Duffett 905 on the 9 flat. 9 flat with a 7 for Motter right-hand side, but the whole shot for Duffett will turn on the win light there. Wyatt Hicks and Sean Daniel come up next. Daniel left side down 907, 940 for Wyatt Hicks on the right-hand side. Hicks, better reaction time. Win light comes on for Daniel. Sean Daniel getting the win there. Once again, Jeans Glass Pro ET, Jeans Glass Pro ET in each of the lanes. Please wait and see buyer on Jeff Gallen, car number D281, D281. Jeff Gallen, you are the wait and see buy. Trey Collins up next left-hand side, 907 dialing, 929 on the right-hand side. Gets to go first. Right side will turn it red. Trey Collins gets the automatic win. Goes 902 on the 907 dialing. Ali Mockney and Johnny Moxley advantage Mockney, but the win line will come on for Johnny Moxley. Mockney gets there first, breaks out by 53 thousandths, 906 on the 912. Moxley stays safe with an 897 on the 896 dial-in. So Moxley moves to round 3. Our next matchup, Skylar Carpenter, left-hand side. 910 the dial-in, 890 on the right-hand side of the racetrack. So Blake Jones getting the single here in the age group 10 to 12, looking for 906, 009 on the tree, and lights it up 9 to flat with a 2, has a little bit in reserve for round number 3. That'll wrap up the 10 to 12 age group. We'll now make the move in the 13 to 17-year-olds. Dial-ins whittle down to the 790 and slower range. First out, Hunter Dowling riding Cook. Right-hand side dials in 813, 795 for Hunter Dowling left side. And both of them will turn it red here in Hunter Dowling. We'll get the W being the least offensive red light, 797 on the 795. Deacon Kellogg got Grayson Edelman. Edelman dialed at 842, 790 for Kellogg left side. We'll give chase. Edelman goes first. We keep this one green. 23,000 separating the two. Advantage Kellogg, win light. We'll turn on for Deacon Kellogg. 36, take 60 to be 2 above the dial, and Grayson 6 off the dial and could not get there. Next round up, left-hand side dialed in 8 flat, 799 for Tanner Mockney. Turns at 8 foul red, so Lewis Boyette will get the win. 046 on the tree, 795 on the 799, under by 36 thousandths, totaling just 8 thousandths under the 793 prediction after being 008 heartbreaking red. Once again, Pro ET, you should be in the lanes. Pro ET should be in the lanes. Total rig out on that one. Win light will come on for Brooklyn Collins. Gets around the slight hole shot to break out by 4 thousandths, with left side under by 57 thousandths. In that matchup coming on for Aaron Kennedy, 13 on the tree and plenty of room at the top end. His right-hand side slows to 4/10 above the dial in. Racers, while we have a moment, please remember that we will do our Racers for Christ Chapel service tomorrow morning at 8 a.m. It's on the 3rd floor of the tower. That's the very top floor here. Phil Green will lead us in our RFC Chapel service. We will do new entry time runs at 9 a.m. That means going down the track at 9 a.m. Driver or car cannot have been down the racetrack. So if whatever car you're jumping into tomorrow has been down the racetrack, that is not a new entry time run. If you are a driver and you've already made a pass today, that would not count as a new entry time run. So again, if you did not make a pass down the racetrack today and your car did not make a pass down the racetrack today, you can make a shot tomorrow morning before we go into eliminations round number 1. That is how we start our Sunday mornings. Next year, here's Andy Cook, left-hand side. 790 the dial in, 798 on the right-hand side. Red light for Xandier Cook, so right side gets the win. 70 on the tree, 801 with a 798, 3 off the dial-in. Getting out to our last couple juniors. Pro ET, listen up, please. Pro ET, listen up, please. We're going to do a little bit of drag on the racetrack before we send you out for round 3. Pro ET, we will do a little bit of a drag before we send you out for round 3. drivers. Sean will be coming back here on his last lap, so drivers get suited up, please. Drivers get suited up, please. As we will be ready to go on round number 3. So there should be 40 cars coming back for this round. I do believe we still have a couple of doubles left. Once again, on behalf of the entire Gainesville Raceway staff, thank you all so much for coming out to Gainesville Raceway for race number 1. The total was 337 cars. In my time here at Gainesville, which is a little over 3 decades, I want to say that is the largest car count we have ever had outside of an external promoters race, like Fall Brawl, Mini Million, etc. So thank you all, each and every one of you, for being part on a great Saturday. And again, with some of the delays that we are at, we are kind of up against it with how cold it is. But Sean and the team doing a great job trying to keep that surface hooking and everybody straight and clean. We appreciate them doing that. Sean will come off on this shot here, and we will go into racing round number 3, Jeans Class Pro ET. All right, here we go. Round 3, Jeans Class Pro ET. First pair out right here. In Jeans Class round number 3, Pro ET, Danny Paul, Jimmy Hodges. Pair of classic Chevys will get us started. Danny Paul, left-hand side, making the trip from Mobile, Alabama. It's probably a little bit colder there right now. Dials in the 1970 Chevelle at 596. He'll give a little over a tenth of a second head start to Jimmy Hodges. Hodges out of Middleburg. Down in the Disco Nova at 609. He'll get the chance to go first, right-hand side. Just 2 thou, separate them on reaction time. We'll see who's got the finish line figured out. Wheel line will come on for Danny Paul as Hodges. Nearly 3/10 off the dial in Hodges. 638 at just 99 miles an hour, Danny Paul. 604 on the 596, had plenty of room to get there. He'll take the Chevelle to round number 4. Dan Sawyers and James Thompson. Rusty dials in 684 right side, 741 for Plush, the Monte Carlo left side. Thompson in control here. Win line James Thompson, 039 and 6 over the dial in. Dan missed it and puts it 1 over the dial in. James Thompson takes his first entry through, and we'll see him back on the second one in Rusty in just a minute. Roland Corky Alford comes up next, right-hand side. The SM pickup truck dial 693, 619 for Mark Horton, left-hand side. Mark grabbing the third, Jane Camaro. He'll give chase. Corky gets to go first on the right side. Just 3,000 separates some on reaction time. Winlight comes on left-hand side for Horton, 3 above the dial in, 622 on the 619. Corky, 4 above the dial in, 697 on the 693. Mark Horton getting there first by 8 little numbers and turns on the Winlight. Fuzzy Dice, Warren, and Kevin Roberts next. Roberts left-hand side. The real deal SS Camaro. He's on this thing for north of 3 decades. 768 dial, and he gets a head start by almost 1 full Christmas tree from Fuzzy Dice. Dan Warren. Fuzzy's dime dial 617 right side. Fuzzy wheels up in pursuit as 400's better on the reaction time. Advantage Fuzzy, win line. Give it to Fuzzy. Fuzzy, 52, take 27 to be 2 above the dial in. Kevin misses it a little bit and puts it 1 above the dial in. Dan Fuzzy Dice, Warren comes back. Mike Sorrell and Matt Nowling come up next. Little small tire, 3rd chain Camaro left-hand side. Out of Navarre, Florida dial in 645, 662. For Mike's Rockledge, Florida-based Chevy wagon. He'll go first, right-hand side. Just 3 thou separates them on reaction time. Advantage Zerl, win light. Turns on for Mike Zerl. 40, dead, 0. Dead on the dial-in. Nowling, 43, dead on the dial-in with a 4, brings him up 7,000, short at the finish line. Next we have Pontiac Firebird left-hand side dial in 705, 633 for Richard Lindsay. On the right-hand side of the Mustang, 633. He'll give chase. Firebird goes first, left side. Now reaction time to the Pontiac. Win light to the Pontiac 707 on the 705, 2 above the dial, and Richard Lindsay dead on the dial, but missed the reaction time a little. And left side will pick up the win light. D. Ray Ligney, left-hand side. St. John's, Florida-based big block 69 Camaro dial in 652, 581 for Travis Marchand. The wheel standing 69 Camaro, right-hand side. He'll give chase. D gets to go first, left side. Marchand with the better reaction time. Marchand with the win. 009, 2 above the 0, 29 total. D, 36, and 1 above the 652 prediction. Marchand gets there first by 21 thousandths and turns on the win light. That'll bring up Austin Logan and Dawson Bass. Next, little Camaro versus Mustang battle. Austin Logan, one half of the Logan twins. Operation out of Port Charlotte, Florida. 581 for the wheel standing Camaro left side. He'll give the head start to Dawson Bass. The Ford Mustang right side out of Jacksonville. 708 is his prediction. Logan with the better reaction time on this mare. Logan whopping the throttle and gets the job done. 27, get behind 5 to go 3 above the dial at Bass. 59, 7 thousandths under. Logan left him no room to operate. Austin Logan goes to the next round. Joe Coolhutto and John Rollins next. Joe Cool in the Georgia-based Ford Maverick. 7:03 the dial, and he gets a big head start from John Rollins. Rollins driving the car that he has owned since the mid-90s. Used to be a street car, turned it into a super streeter in the turn of the early 2000s, and has never looked back. The SB2 NASCAR headed small block out, 595 left side. Joe Cool gets to go first, right side. John wheels up, giving chase on a 15,000's better reaction time advantage. Rollins, win light, comes on for John Rollins. 596 on the 595, one above the dial, and Joe Cool, 3 off the number. John with the better reaction time, had room at the stripe, and he'll take the win light. Now, brother Jason Rollins will come up next, left-hand side in an all Firebird battle. Rollins wheeling his street car, 95 model Pontiac Firebird out of High Springs. 7:20 the dial, and he gets that start from Brandon Williams. Williams behind the wheel of the Bradenton, Florida-based Turnbird, FTI on site, backing his efforts. 6:58 is the dial in on the right side. 22 thou separates him, advantage Jason Rollins, win light. Gonna come on for Jason Rollins, 4, 10, 4, 8 pack total. For Jason Rollins, Brandon Williams is 26 on the tree and wasting fuel. Rollins, 8 total. We'll take the Pontiac to the next round. Brandon Williams will park that entry. Ken Grant comes up next in two-face, the 73 model Big Block Nova left-hand side out of Georgia, 626 dialing, 695. The dialing for the Olds Cutlass on the strange side of the racetrack will go first. Ken Grant will give chase. Red light for the right-hand side, so Ken Grant gets the win, 31 and 21 thou under for Ken Grant to turn on the win light. All right, racers, listen up, please. Racers, listen up, please. After looking at what we have so far and the humidity where it is at and the amount of dew and fog we're starting to get here at the racetrack, Pro ET will be our final class for tonight. We will wrap things up after this round of Pro ET and call it an evening. We will split the pots on all classes and get into a fresh race. Round number 1 for tomorrow. John Dwayne getting the win light as Vinny Badano turns on the red light in that pair. Once again, racers, we are done after Pro ET. Round number 3, the level of the humidity just getting a little too touchy where we do not want to continue on here. David Gaspar Sr. and Phil Green. Green gonna chase in the Camaro left side, Gaspar out in front of the Dodge Dakota, win light, Phil Green. Had the better reaction time, 4 over the dial and gave it Gaspar. 3 above the dial in, and Phil Green uses his whole shot to take the win there. So once again, drivers, we will wrap things up after this round of Pro ET. The humidity getting real close to 100%. The amount of dew and fog in the air makes it a little too risky to continue on. So we will split it after this round and get ready for a new race tomorrow, round number 1. Mike Mockney and Tony Gambardella matching 019 reaction times. Win light. Comes on for Mike Mockney in a double breakout. Mockney 19, get behind 6 to break out by 15 thousandths. Gambardella 19, takes 6 on the double drop and goes under by 6 thousandths more. 601 on the 604 right side, under by 21 thousandths. Left side 616 on the 618, under by 15 thousandths. Margin of victory 6 thousandths as to both drivers cutting 019 reaction times.
If you're watching this live on
Rita
Facebook,
Tadaro and Roy Anchor Jr. come up next. Anchor in the
If you're watching this live on Facebook, please switch over to our YouTube channel as we're fixing to lose connection. And since this is the last class tonight, we will not be restarting our Facebook. Again, if you're watching this on Facebook, please switch over to our YouTube channel to watch the remainder of it. Thank you.
Leah Tadaro in control on the reaction time. But she'll break out, and Roy Acker Jr. will get the win. Leah, 90, take 2/10 to break out by 16 thousandths. Hacker Jr., 269 on the tree, one above. And 287 turns on a win light here in round 3 of Gene's Class Pro ET. That brings up your next pair, Jeremy Davis and James Turner. Turner left-hand side, Mercury Capri out of Keystone Heights, styles in 695, 569 for Fireball. Jeremy Davis. Davis will give chase. Dorkar gets to go first. And Jeremy Davis gets the automatic win as Turner will turn it red. And we're going to take a quick look at the right-hand side. It looks like we might have seen something out there dead center. Once again, drivers, we are done after round number 3 of Pro ET, brought to us by Gene's Class. So if you are in the pits waiting for your lane call, we apologize. Once again, we took a look at the racetrack after Sean drug it and said, you know what, it's getting a little too risky, especially with some of the quicker motorcycles in the Super Pro category. We did not want to take the risk, so we will wrap it up after round number 3. All classes will be split, and we will go into a fresh start for round number 1 tomorrow. Once again, new entry time runs will be available. We will call you to the lanes at 8:40, going to round number 1 of eliminations as soon as new entry time runs are complete. Next figure here, Danny Ball come back on his second entry. Chevelle Dow, 595 left side, 727 for Lee Hauser on the right-hand side in the Dodge Dart. Paul gives chase. Hauser out in front, just 3 thou. Separate him. It's almost heads up off the starting line, and Paul will tear on his second win light. 598 on the 595, 3 over the dial, and Lee Hauser 5 above the dial in. Win light shines for Paul by 23 thousandths of a second. That'll bring Christopher Duffin back on his second entry. Christopher Duffin in the Nova. And the Camaro left side, both of them 007 on the tree. And left side will turn on the win light for the second time. Duffin drops the anchor at the top end. He goes 4 above his 650 prediction. Left side, 647 on the 645 of the 007 tree. Putting together 31 total, turns on his second win light. That'll bring up James Thompson on his second entry and Ernie Renfro, the former track champ on the right-hand side. The 1970 model Chevy Camaro down in 662, 686. For Rusty, the 72 Chevelle left side with Thompson at the wheel. He gets to go first. Ernie Renfro sounded like he tried to go on the chip, and he will get the W. As Thompson turns it 9 thou red. Ernie sounded like he tried to get on the trans brake and had no chip, took his foot out of it, and will still get a win light. Thompson, 009 red, legs it through to go 19 thousandths under Renfro. 2 seconds on the reaction time, but the win light is on. Now, your final pair of round number 3. the second entry for the Fuzzies time. We've already seen Dan Fuzzy Dice Warren turn on the win light now. Engine builder Rob Reynolds will come up. The Space Coast Speed and Custom Backed Hot Rod 617 dial in right side for the S10 pickup truck, and he is a tough customer indeed, Jeff Gallant. The Preacher Man out of St. Augustine at Tom East Mustang 611 dial left side. And Jeff Gallant late on the tree, but Reynolds has problems, and Jeff Gallant will turn on the win light. Reynolds had problems right off the starting gate, and Jeff Gallant will get the win light there. Ladies and gentlemen, that is our final pair down the racetrack here for Saturday action here at Gainesville Raceway for race number 1 of the Scorpion Racing Products ET Bracket Series. Once again, thank you to everyone who came out here to be part of the action. We apologize that we were not able to complete it, but again, with the delays that we had, including the accident, we put ourselves almost 3 hours behind, and that took a lot of time to try and make up. So tomorrow, we will come back with no time runs other than new entries to try to get everything put together, and we will get things underway with the RC Chapel service on the 3rd floor of the tower at 8 o'clock, led by Phil Green. We will call new entry time runs to the lanes at 8:40. As soon as we complete new entry time runs, we will go right into round number 1 of Pro ET.
Reliability to drive thousands of miles. Confidence for those who fly high. Redline oil products give you the power to crush the competition. And a track record of being the best. Redline oil products. You push it to the limit, we'll protect it.
Ready to take your engine to the next level? Scorpion Racing Products delivers precision-engineered, high-performance rocker arms that dominate the track. 100% CNC machined in the USA with aerospace-grade aluminum for unmatched strength and durability. Our rocker arms handle extreme conditions with multiple ratios available to fit your needs. Backed by our exclusive lifetime warranty. When performance matters, choose Scorpion Racing Products. Proven, reliable, unstoppable.
With more than 30 years of engine and drivetrain experience, Big Stuff is your one-stop total power management solution. Whether you're controlling a 600 horsepower street car and want the best drivability, or have a 6,000 horsepower race car, need the most bulletproof, reliable control hardware, Big Stuff can do it all. All of our components are designed and manufactured right here in the USA, including our computers, wiring harnesses, touchscreen displays, and more. Nothing is built offshore, and we take pride in being one of the only automotive aftermarket manufacturers that can say this. Learn more at BigStuff3EFI.com or connect with us on Facebook and Instagram for more information.